And those are the soft melodic tones. That means it's time for violence. Welcome,
Yes.
everybody. Robin Black and myself, Mallory Woods. We're bringing you, of course, these Bellator prelim fights for Mousasi versus Lima. It's going to be a good night. Thursday, we got some great MMA action. Robin, how you like that?
Yeah, man. This Thursday thing is going to work for me, I think. CBS Sports, main cards on Thursday, everything else on YouTube. As many Thursdays as possible, we'll get together and do this and have watch parties, and we'll stream all the undercard. I think there's 4 or 5 undercard fights tonight. Nick Newell is off. He tested positive for the COVID, and I believe Veda's fight is off too. So this is part of, whatever year this is, 2020. But we've got killer fights, Gegard and Douglas Lima. I mean, shit, like when that's happening, a lot of other things basically exist just to keep us our minds active until that happens.
Absolutely.
It's going to be
that right there, price of admission alone for me. I mean, according to the clock right now, we've got 13 minutes before showtime for the prelims. But as you mentioned, there were a few adjustments to some of the undercard. And like you said, hey, it is what it is. It's 2020, or at least I believe we're in at least our 14th or 15th month of 2020. And you know what? It is life. It is. I'm thankful to have fights on.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, this is art, right? Art. Oh yeah, we're taking questions and comments, and most of them. And I was gonna say not the assholes, but we'll have some of the jerks too. It's fun. We got it.
Every once in a while they get in there. Hey.
For sure. Go Boric. I see that one. That's interesting. Adam Boric. I mean, undefeated prospect until he fights a wolf. Darian Caldwell, and then now no longer undefeated. Adam Boric. He came back and he won a split decision. Adam was like unstoppable, unbeatable. Flying knees. If you Google Adam Boric flying knee, you'll see 3 of them. I've broken down all 3, I believe. Very rare to be able to set people up with that type of weapon. Loses by rear naked choke in the first round of the featherweight tournament, which all these guys are fighting for $1 million. Comes back and has after the loss, he has I see somebody's asking about the link. We will show the prelims. Yes. So it is 10 to the hour, depending on where you are, and we will have the prelims, I guess, right at the hour. Yeah, we'll have the prelims in 10 minutes.
Just about 11 minutes. Yeah. That's when it'll go off. And just like you said, I just Googled some of these, and some of these flying knees are absolutely, man, it just looks like not the place to be at the end of that knee, man. That is
no, and brilliant kid, like brilliant kid. Losses are very important. I'm actually working on a piece for another one of my partners I work with around loss and failure. And yes, we've talked about George St. Pierre. I spoke with him a couple of days ago before he went to Singapore. And I was asking him if he would be part of my piece, because his loss to Matt Serra, he says, is the most important night that made him the George St. Pierre that we know today, right? Because the setback and the failure was key. And hopefully that's the case for Adam. But Adam came back and did win. He had a tough fight against a tough kid. He did win, but he didn't come back with everything changed. And sometimes that's good. That's good. Come back, everything was fine. You don't have to change everything. Just start progressing.
I mean, there are many times before, and it's been said many times, that once someone loses, I mean, you can take an example of Andrei Arlovski getting knocked out. I think it was Tim Silva that knocked him out cold, and he really didn't look like the same fighter ever again. It depends on how you take that loss, and especially for being knocked out cold. It's a whole different thing. This is an interesting question. So, Robin, are all your tattoos done by the same artist? And a question to me, if I have any tattoos. Before I answer that question, Robin, I'll let you go, and then I will ask you the question before I answer it. So all your tattoos.
A lot of this is done by Bill Baker, who is this legendary dude. He's a bit of a hermit. You know, he doesn't have Instagram or Twitter, but he's an OG. And people who are into tattoos know who Bill Baker is. And he did most of this stuff. And he drew my Bruce Lee's in Hong Kong at actually a Bruce Lee shrine in Hong Kong. So I have twin Bruce Lee's. One is Flow and one is Crash. So yes, and I've got some other bits and pieces from some other people, but Bill's my guy.
So if you had to answer that question, do you think, because I've always wearing t-shirts and everything, do you think I have any tattoos? If you had to answer that,
I do. Yes, I do. I think you have a couple of tattoos.
So I would answer that and say you are wrong. I am completely inkless. There's nothing on the arms. There's nothing anywhere. However, I've always said if I could see something I could wear the rest of my life, I would get it.
Yeah.
Far besides, my kids' names. Nothing has really, struck me, but say never.
Yeah, for sure. It's art, right?
It's art, absolutely.
We're watching, and this kind of ties in. We always talk about, and it's a big ongoing theme. And we'll have guests tonight, by the way. So we'll have the main card in 9 minutes. Ray Thompson will be rejoining us. Dewey Cooper.
Yes.
If you don't know who Dewey Cooper is, you better find out. If you don't know, now you'll know. Dewey is awesome. He's an old school long pant kickboxer. Kevin Lee and Keith Lee's coach and high level MMA kickboxing fighting coach, but a super cool dude. And he has been around. He's going to have some stories. And then Dr. David Klonsky, my friend, a professor of psychology at the University of British Columbia, also a martial artist. So. But as with the types of guests we have and the types of conversations that we have during the fights, often it goes over to more of the art and the creativity and the essence of martial arts more than some of the other elements. So when we talk about art, it's a wonderful thing that Ray Daniels, who is not with us tonight, but he'll be back in coming weeks, has that 720 to look at forever. But he doesn't want it to end there. He wants to keep making art.
That's true.
Wants the art to change. Wants different looks, different flavors, different colors, different sounds. Always, these guys are artists.
Yeah, and just like on the other end of that, ring, if you're fighting Mr. Raymond Downers, you might think I actually may be immortalized in the next couple of minutes. So, what your job is to avoid that, of course.
Yes, but not let it tie you up so tight that you don't make any art yourself.
That's true.
Also. There's so many things about fighting and creativity in general, but also performance in general that are so counterintuitive. But the best way to end up posterized against your opponent is being worried and tried everything to not get posterized by your opponent. The best way to not knock somebody out is to try so hard to knock them out. There's a lot of counterintuitive natures to how the dynamics of performance and the dynamics of art creation and fighting work. And you don't want to be too tight and too worried about getting knocked out by Ray Daniels or by, Mousasi.
Or Lima. Or
Lima.
Anybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
They used to have this great saying when I was playing Pee Wee football many years ago, you think long, you think wrong. And if you're so worried about being hurt, then you're going to get hurt. And it's just, the same thing. If you're so worried about this one thing that's going to happen, there are a billion other things that can and will go wrong because you're so worried about this,
In a car accident, they say, don't tighten up, don't brace. Bracing seems like the right thing to do, but it is very much the wrong thing to do. We are 6 minutes from being able to show you Bellator. Actually, it's probably something. Maybe they open it in 6 minutes. They might not even, But if there's anything, let's see what it is.
Let's see here. Right now, we've got a countdown. I can go ahead and put that up just to show everybody that. Let's get this working, just to show you that we will be having this. There we go. One screen up. And let's get
here's a question. If you two could create your MMA show, what would it be about? What structure would it have? Me personally, it would have very little structure, as little structure as possible. I feel like too much structure ruins a lot of art. And structure is kind of, why does a lot of music suck now? It's structured. It's made by committee. There's a bunch of hired people put together to write music in a particular way with a verse, chorus, with all this structure. Yeah, sure. It makes some kind of mainstream hit for a minute. So not very much structure. Also, we kind of have our own MMA show. Right? Like these days, you don't. Yeah.
All you need is this. You just need this, and go ahead and make your own. I mean, there's plenty of room for everyone. Everybody has a unique perspective. Some people are good at interviewing. Some people are getting that good story out of someone. Others, hey, there's also room for chaos. There's we're gonna have no script whatsoever. We're just gonna go in and just see what happens. I mean, just like you mentioned before with music. I remember one time being in college. They brought a band into play, and one of the amps failed during the show, and the artist, he kept going on. He just asked everybody to quiet down so you could actually hear him, because he didn't have them, and it never stopped. And once they got the problem fixed, just almost like magic, boom, came right back on. And it made it better for us. Yeah. I mean, man, I just put up a quote from Bruce Lee on a piece that I was doing. So I mean, on the undercard, Ben Saunders, I haven't talked to Ben Saunders, and I wrote him into part of my fight secrets. On the undercard is Girtz versus Henry Corrales. And I was breaking down a piece of Girtz, and then I was doing a bit of training around kind of understanding some of the movement. And when I was training with my guy Mukai here in Edmonton, I pulled out this Bruce Lee quote, and it'll tie together what we're saying. The ideal is unnatural naturalness, or natural unnaturalness. I mean it as it is a combination of both. I mean, here is natural instinct, and here is control. This is Bruce Lee. I'm reading a Bruce Lee quote. Here is natural instinct, and here is control. You have to combine the two in harmony. Not if you have one to the extreme, you will be very unscientific. If you have another to the extreme, you become all of a sudden a mechanical man, no longer a human being. It is a successful combination of both. That way is a process of continuing growth. Then he says, be water, my friend. But because, that's true. So, he's got to end it with that. He might have, but think about that. Like, yes, you want to have the technique, you want to have a strategy, you want to have a plan, you want to have some amount of structure, and then you want to have a whole lot of coloring outside the lines. Another way to put it is draw the outline and then be very prepared to color outside of the lines. And that's the key to this type of fighting. That's going to be the key for Mousasi and Lima. It is not. The key to it isn't more leg kicks or you defend the takedowns or more volume. That's just shit people say in sports. That's not real. I mean, in reality, it's the blend. You could run this scenario with these two fighters 10 different times. You're going to come up with 10 different fights every single time. I mean, maybe, and it really turns into a game of inches. Maybe just one small adjustment one way, you don't get hit with the strike. One small adjustment this way, you get hit with that strike, and that changes the scope and the story of the fight every single time.
Big time. Yeah. And, one breath, one thought, one step, one non-step, everything changes. Like, and that's understanding like the soup of life as much as it is fighting. Jorge Masvidal flying knee on Ben Askren. Oh my God, it was amazing. If Ben just didn't move forward or stepped slightly sideways, or Jorge doubted it for 2 seconds, a tenth of a second, it changes everything. I don't know if you know what this is about, Mallory. Girtz versus that weigh-in official. So
yeah, I saw that the other day. Yes, where he threatened to weigh in naked, like right now, and that was actually funny. And most people probably watching have never done a weight cut like that before. And you're grouchy, and you're tired, and you're hungry, and you just things happen. But you know what? I put money on that weigh-in official, especially because he's not going to make weight at that point.
Yeah, exactly. He's not stripped down, although Brandon Girtz, dehydrated and near death, is still a dangerous animal.
This is true.
But we're all very interested in these things. It's like, oh my God, did you hear this guy said a thing to this guy? And I'm not judging. It's just humans often say things to each other, or one's impatient or one's grumpy or one got bad news that day. And then they have minor conflict. And then in this case, like many, they gets resolved, and the guy's like, "Sorry, man, I didn't mean to be rude. I know you're cutting weight," and that's it.
Right.
You know, to me, the fight is a lot more interesting than the conflict. We're talking about Khabib. Khabib. You know, I know what we're saying here, and this question. You know, will this evolve the ground? Is a very, you know, sporting television narrative question. I understand it. And I know that this is what we say. But Khabib doesn't do anything different at all than anybody. And when he started playing the wrist ride and stuff, people are like, oh yeah, I haven't done that since high school. But he doesn't do anything different. He's just better. And so you can't evolve. You can't just study Khabib and say, now I think if I do what he does, he's reinvented the ground game. What makes Khabib so special is he didn't reinvent shit, and he doesn't want to. And he literally does the same shit he's been doing since grade 4. The only way to get better and be more like Khabib is work harder. And I don't know, did you see this, Mel? A kid on the internet was just kind of gently trolling Khabib, who was cool with it. And he was like, Jorge Masvidal was hitting on my girl. What should I do? And Khabib,
you good dog.
Yeah, yes. But first he said, not jokingly, was like, you know, how old are you? Oh, it's too old. Because what he means is you could spend every minute of your life from today forward, and there's only so good you can get. If you can go back in time and start working your ass off from 3 years old like Khabib did, you would be this good. There is nothing you will gain by studying Khabib's double leg takedown that will make you better at double leg takedowns. What you need to study is Khabib's process. Khabib's a genius, just like Mousasi, just like Lima, because of their process, not the tools that they choose or the techniques they use. The techniques are just fucking double leg takedown, low kick, jab. These are Mallory and I talked about this on our pre-show today. I see. So Khabib essentially shows a high-level form of grappling mastery. Khabib shows fighting mastery. Sorry, I read that without putting it up. Khabib shows mastery of himself. And shows mastery of the fundamentals, mastery of thinking, mastery of intensity, mastery of controlling his emotion, mastery of understanding the essence, mastery of all the things that people call intangibles. That word intangibles is just a word people use when they don't know what to say. Right? They're not intangibles, they're tangibles. They're tangible. Well, look at this. Fight is on already. Okay, Law. This young man, Law, I know one of my coaches, Evan Boris, froze there for a second. One of my coaches, Evan Boris, is like, this kid should be able to, and he went on to say, you know, do everything. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, none of these guys are pushovers. When you step in now at this level, you know, again, my coach, one of my coaches, Evan Boris, is like, when you see this kid, Law, he'll be capable of this, 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 and this. And he'll be really good. And he'll be brilliant the way he moves. And he looks good.
Yeah, he's moving around. He's coming in with a 5-0 record.
Yep. And of course, the expectations are high. Here's the issue with everything is, who's the other guy? And what's he do? You know what I mean? If it was an inanimate carbon rod, we would just be concerned with what Law or any other individual does, Cody Law. But it is not an inanimate carbon rod. It is a trained human being training to stop you. And it changes everything.
That was 2 great shots right there. Hey, but Ortega ate those. No problem.
For me, it's freezing and jagged. Is it for you?
I've got it smooth. You know what? Let's pose that question out to the chat. I've got it going smooth. You guys can see if that's the same for you. So you're getting jaggeds for the actual Bellator stream itself.
And then you froze for a second. So I'm going to hang tight here for a bit, and we're just going to go with it. If it interrupts for me, then I will later move to my phone, which the data will prevent that. Very kind of you, man. Wow, great analysis. Thanks, guys. That's a really kind thing to say. The Law is such a cool asset. Now, Law is in the red.
No, Law's he's in the
Law's on his back.
Bellator.
That's what I.
There you go. The advertisement is right there right now with the Law.
The Law.
It gives me a Judge Dredd type of feel. I am the Law.
Yeah, I am the Law. No, I meant Red Gloves. Sorry, I meant.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, look, he's facing a very tricky guy. He's going to look for a Darce here. Yeah, it's already kind of in. So from this position, he can step over and hook the back legs. There it is. There it is.
Oh, hey, there it is, right there. The premonition from Robin Black is just great. You just, as you said, he did it, and that was great. And so, explain to me. So, for example, and I'll be free to admit this. I am 100% a ground fighter novice. I have taken one introduction to jiu-jitsu lesson in my entire life. I appreciate the art, understand it, understand the power of it. So let's explain why him recapturing that leg is so important.
Right here. So the right arm is up, and now it's on the neck, right? So as he moves, and this side is there, and your own shoulder choking. As soon as now it folds you in over your shoulder, and it brings you closer. So watch. This lifts him and turns him. So he turns him, and then now when he hooks that leg, he pulls everything in tighter. It's interesting, and watch right there. And now he pulls him in, and your own shoulder is squeezing. It tightens everything up. So in a lot of cases, lots of cases, not exclusively, there's a million variables, but in a lot of cases, whatever is happening that involves a choke, when we reduce space between things, it makes the chokes tighter. Not always, but often. When you hook that leg, the body comes in, and now we're pulling our bodies closer. Imagine that there's whether my own shoulder or your arm is there, and we're squeezing me together with your body tightening and my body tightening. So it just helps cut off the blood flow. Often that's only a beginning. Some guys may be able to fight, but this kid's got a lot of. I'll have to text my coach and tell him. Law by Darce.
Round one. And thank you for the update. I've been told that the stream looks good on their end. That's perfect. So we will keep monitoring that and handle it appropriately as the night goes on.
Sweet. Yeah, that was super cool. I can request that one, but with the Wi-Fi issues, maybe I better request that tomorrow, and then we'll wait and see what we're at. Oh shit! Also, my WhatsApp is down. It's so crazy these days when you're shooting so much stuff on your phone. You get to a point that your phone can't handle everything. And I got a good one, but I'll get a 12, and I'll be able to get these pieces in, edit them, and then get them up on the site. So we've got guests tonight. Dewey Cooper, coach, a brilliant fighter in his own right and in his time, and a great coach and a cool dude. At 6:30 Eastern time, so 20 minutes from now. And then shortly after that, we will have Ray Thompson. We've had before. We had a blast with Ray, eh?
Oh yeah, it's the show that he was on. So much knowledge, in the virtual room, which was great. You could pick his brain about anything. Ask him like, how do you like this? Or how do you like that? What's your philosophy about this? And he just he's got a great way of explaining it and just letting you know what he thinks about A, B, and C. So I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be another good one.
He's such a good example because you see him constantly learning. Like he'll hear something, it's like, oh, I don't know what that is. I'm going to write it down and then search it and research. Exactly. He's doing that all day, all the time. The dude's a master of karate and martial arts and coaching and running a business and many things in life. And here he is still going on and a constant state of learning.
Hey, there's that guy right there, Chael P. Sutton.
Chael has got to be on here one of these days. I text him, and as soon as he's at the desk, he ignores me. And I have a feeling he doesn't ignore everybody. During the day, he's like, oh, what are we doing? And I'm like, Chael, I'll send you a link. All you got to do is hit it, and you can go from that desk straight into our thing on your phone. He's, oh, okay. And then he might be trolling me. He's a genius. Chael's a genius. Everybody knows it. So he might literally be just working a troll, but he'll be on our stream one of these days.
We'll get him.
I mean, Owen Young nailing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've oh shit, Adam Boric is up next. So if you were on earlier, we talked about Adam, flying knee, knockout machine, young gun, like very dangerous. Came off his first win with a okay, stable performance, but you know, too close for comfort probably for him. And he's now 27. It's a weird thing about this whole COVID and shutdown and all of these aspects of life. A lot of us, you know, lose a year of our prime to do the things we do. You know, Adam didn't get to fight since whenever that last fight was.
His last, I'll get it to you. For last fight was, so his last win was on August 7th this year, but the one before that was the loss was January.
That's right. That's right. So he's still going to get 2 in during lockdown. So good for him. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. But for a lot of these guys, and then, you know, training was shut down, certain amounts of, you know, access to gym and coaching and stuff was shut down. All that you want when you're competitive and then competition is a part of what you do, you accept, okay, there's a certain, you know, effect that these shutdowns will have on my life. I just got to figure out how to make it affect me equal to or lesser than every one of my opponents.
That is correct. And this is also, to unfortunately use muchly overused words, this is an intangible that you cannot prepare for. If you're fighting someone that you're decent at defending takedowns and defending yourself on the ground, but you're fighting someone who is a blue belt or, you know, above in jiu-jitsu, and you can't bring in a great jiu-jitsu guy to work and defend against, how do you prepare for that? Do you just, you know, step more on your striking or you know, more takedown defense? Each one of these questions is going to be different for each one of these fighters as how they handle the quote unquote shortage of training partners and training access. I think one of the more interesting takes I heard Israel Adesanya say in preparing for his last fight, he said everybody just moved in the gym and we just all quarantined and stayed together. So, and not only that, you think about it, a lot of people going crazy, not being able to go to their house with their family. Imagine being there with your training partners every single day.
Stuck with these guys. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know. It's true. Adam Boric and Eric Sanchez. If I'm Eric Sanchez, I know that you look at, there's a difference, but the guy's looking for his 10th win. He's fought real guys. Like, they're not just going to let you have these easy fights, and there is no easy. People say that all the time. The amount of people are like, Michael Venom Page fights cans. It's like, do you know how disrespectful that is to Shinso Ansai? That guy's a brilliant fighter. With, you know, and I pull him at random. There's a couple others in that list. These guys are fighting professional fighters who have trained to try to knock them unconscious in their underpants on CBS Sports. You know, these are tough fights. However, if you're Boric, you've seen more. You've had more high pressure fights. And we'll see, you know, you should have the advantage, but you got to see that, you know, he looks good there.
Yeah. You know, it's just as mentioned before, without, you know, training partners and everything, but, you know, what has it been like for a camp for him? Has he been able to run? Has he been able to, you know, less partners? Is that more bag time, more focus? You know, there's so many.
He looks good though, you know, at least, you know, so, you know, one of the, sorry, I'm putting down my thing. You know, one of the cliches that we'll hear all the time, we'll see a kid like this and somebody's like, well, it ain't a bodybuilding competition. It's like, we know it is definitely not a bodybuilding competition. However, how you look is a physical manifestation of how much work you did.
That's
right.
Correct.
So, and of course, we're all different. We all have genetic responses to different things. Some people will work even harder and not look like that. But when you see a guy, what you can do is compare them to how they did look. Right. Khabib was the greatest ever, or one of the greatest ever. When we saw him the other day, he was in even better shape. That's not an accident. He worked even harder, if that's possible. So you get that from Adam here. You see that he is. So we got a troll alert.
There it is.
I literally, like, uncool. You can hang if you like, but this will, if you're going to be like that, this will be the last time I pull you up, because, and this is why I say that. You can make fun of us. You can make fun of John McCarthy. You can make fun of anybody you like, but do not make fun of professional fighters. You don't know what they do. You don't know what it takes. You don't know what they sacrifice. And there's very little that's going to be unacceptable here, but that's unacceptable.
There you go.
So we won't be putting anything like that up again. I put that there because that means a lot to me, and I think to a lot of people that have ever fought. You don't know what it is to be a professional fighter. So saying that is just something we won't have.
I agree.
I don't mean to be a dick. Thank you.
That's like I said, the internet's full of all people like that. Hey, we're all watching. Just to answer that question, how do you like to watch the fight in Canada main card? If you have CBS Sports Access, let me make sure I get the channel right. CBS Sports Network or DAZN, you can watch this no matter where you are. I know over in Europe it's different. You guys do get it on a couple of different channels over there. I would check the Bellator site for more information.
Yeah, in Canada, CBS Sports Canada is a real thing, and we have it. And then DAZN also. A couple of things popped up here. This is one. It was a really good one from Takuro Man. And now we've got another one from a relative. So I'm not sure where people are getting this access. Really cool information. So fast twitch and cardio. Now, these are complex ideas. And when we take cool, complex ideas and we oversimplify them for television or any type of scenario where we're speaking fast, sometimes we sort of diminish their beautiful complexity.
Correct.
But so we did have Dr. Stu McGill here a couple ago. Dr. Stu is a professor of spine biomechanics, but one of the many things that he has studied is the neurology of high performance athletes. So let's just start with fast twitch. When we hear somebody say a fast twitch athlete or a slow twitch athlete, you'll often hear them say, and you look at Boric, and Boric does have that suddenness. What the more modern way that it's looked at a high level is it's called the old way is this kid has fast twitch fibers. He's a sprinter. He's got fast twitch muscle fibers. Now they don't look at it that way. Right. They say it's a fast twitch neurology. They say it's a fast twitch sudden neurology, meaning that this is not, it's not about how your body necessarily. Ray Thompson's just sending me a note, and he's going to be a bit behind. It's not about how fast your muscles move. It's how fast your brain sends signals to your nervous system to get you to move. That's very difficult to change. People were asking how you go from a fast twitch sprinter type to an endurance athlete. Very hard to change. It was something we talked to Dr. Stu about before, something I've studied with him and through him and through directions he's given me for many years now. It's very, very, very hard to change. And in many cases, the ideal for a fighter is like a Michael Bisping, who's like a middle distance runner.
Right.
That's
a good example.
Yeah, Michael Bisping's like a middle distance runner instead of a sprinter or a marathon runner. In a perfect world, you want to have a bit of it all. And, and it's not as simple as that. Sprinter, marathon runner, middle distance runner. There's a blend of it. So if you can have that fast twitch neurology at times, Tony Ferguson will have that at times, but then that long cardiovascular aerobic endurance. There's many elements and they can be built separately, but they're very challenging. But this is the beauty of when you get into the deep depths of what these guys do and what it is to be a fighter, is understanding and looking at all of that. And then it's really hard to change more than one thing. So it's a long path to alter the athlete.
I agree with you. I mean, like for me, just as an example in sparring there, and I always say kids because I'm going to tip that midpoint in life if I'm so fortunate. But you're sparring with some people and you're like, there's no way he or she is going to see this. And you throw a technique and at the last second they get out the way, they block. You're like, how did you? And that's because of that type of training. They're just a slight beat ahead.
Yeah.
Just a slight beat ahead.
And again, here's the trick. When we go to discuss something like this, the word cardio is a catch-all that we use to mean almost anything related to your ability to have endurance. The thing that we tend to call cardio is aerobic training, aerobic capacity, aerobic endurance. But there are so many elements. So anaerobic is to sprint, is to burn hard, is to burn for 20, 30 seconds hard. There's even ATP, CP, which is a system that shot putters use. You train each of these systems independently and blending together, and then there's different types of recovery. So when we say cardio, we say that because it's easy to say on TV, but it's ultra misleading, and the generalization is so much so that it makes it really difficult to actually answer these questions. We can answer these questions on a desk saying, bro, if McGregor works really hard, you can always progress it. However, Tony's got that God-given gift. This is how we'd answer that question sitting at a desk with a camera here as I switch the camera to, and the producer in my ear says the other guy goes. But in real life, if we want the real answers to these, we must go deeper, and we must break apart these generalizations like cardio.
Yeah, I agree. Just because you run on a treadmill for 15 minutes doesn't mean that you're going to be able to stand 15 minutes in the room with another trained fighter. There's so many other so many other things that go in that. And a quick shout out to Luke. Luke's a good guy. Cardio's the worst. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I mean, it is true, because cardio is very tough. You're constantly telling your body to push forward and do this. Even when your body says, look, we got to stop. Look, something bad's going to happen. And people say, oh, okay, well, that's when you want to blast forward. That's when you want to go ahead and do that. The treadmill does not equal kicks and punches flying at your head and your body and your legs. I mean, think of all the great people who have cardio come out and get wrecked by leg kicks. Cardio didn't help you a bit.
For sure. You know? And then even that same generalization, if you take whoever we think has Nick Diaz. So Nick Diaz does triathlons. If we take Nick Diaz and we put a bag of rocks on his back and have him sprint as hard as he can upstairs, he will get tired. And if he doesn't, we'll tell him to sprint harder. If we can get him to as close to 100% capacity as possible, he will burn out. It isn't what you can do and you never get tired. It's managing your own energy use. So if we use that old school score, we have this amount of endurance available to us. If we burn, we'll burn it off, you know? But I think Ray Thompson may be trying to get into the thing. Do you want to text me that link again, and I'll text it to him one more time. Does the concept of fast twitch and slow twitch neurology also connected to grappling? Yes, since fighters tend not to grapple too much to not burn their endurance. Okay, yes. So fast twitch and slow twitch neurology and all of the associated physiological aspects are to any kind of movement. If you are doing something highly familiar to you, the cost will be even lower. The use of energy will be even lower. So let's see, I'm gonna send this to Ray. Ray Thompson will be joining us ASAP, I hope. So when you do something you're unfamiliar with, you don't have an efficiency in its use. Right. So if you get Tony Ferguson or Nick Diaz to do a type of breakdancing they may never have done, or a type of gymnastics, hey, Bellator, what up? Hey. Let's go. It's so, man, the team at Bellator is so killer. Like, they're just so fun to hang out with. They're really good people. But so the cost of use is high. So if you are not a high level grappler, although you're using the same neurological systems, the same physiology, you're burning sugars exactly the same way, glucose in the body, you're doing all the things that the human body does, it's harder. It costs more. There's a higher cost. There's the way we use our language often. Look at this. First of all,
look at that.
I think there shouldn't be a space in there if they were going to be doing that, but what? It's so nice of them. But the cost is higher. So we hear this all the time. Somebody will be like, hey, you want to spend time doing X? And the answer, I love that. Spending time. We have a limited amount of time in the world, so we must spend it, right? I like to think of it as, I see Ray Thompson might be coming in here. It says, I like to say spend attention. I'll add Ray in a second, because attention is a limited but renewable resource as well. Correct. When you burn energy, you burn glucose, you're spending energy. We'll hear expending. The amount it costs in the spend for somebody who doesn't grapple as much but boxes a lot is much higher for the grappler than the boxer. Let's add Ray Thompson. Hey, how are you, Calton?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
How we doing?
Excellent, sir. Doing excellent. He's got. I love this. He is on. He's just been teaching. This is awesome.
Yeah, I just got off the mat. Come here, hang out with you cool guys. See if I can't figure out what we got going on here.
Well, we were literally.
I'm gonna have to apologize. I'm not very tech savvy, so you guys have to bear with me a little bit. I
We
think
shall
we've discussed that before.
No
we
problem.
shall.
What up, Eric?
We were just talking about the idea. So let's say you're in amazing shape and you do karate a lot or you box a lot, but you rarely wrestle. You're in amazing shape. Talk to us about the difference for you wrestling and doing boxing.
Oh, it's a whole nother level. I got one of my karate students. He's an older gentleman. He's in his probably early 40s. This guy's a beast. He's a runner, heavy runner, loves to run, runs like a machine. But when he gets out and he starts doing his karate sparring, I mean, the guy gasses relatively quick. Now, this guy can run all day. He can run all day. He's a running machine. But when he gets out and he starts doing combative type anything. Now, wrestling's the worst. When you're getting out there, you can rest and strike.
Yeah,
right. Correct.
But that's still pretty exhausting. But when you're out there striking and then going into wrestling mode and then the striking mode, it's when you get in that wrestling mode, you got this constant bite of arms and limbs, pulling and tugging and holding. Oh my goodness, you gas. So fast. You really got to do some serious training to prepare for that type of environment. It's pretty. It'll gas you quick.
And then the high level wrestlers that you're working with, they do know how to rest.
Yes,
while you're doing it. You don't, and they do.
That's right. That's right. And that's why, thank goodness for weight classes. Personally, I wish the weight classes were a little smaller in MMA so that these guys can execute weight classes, the weight cut and all that more safely, because these guys got to cut tremendous, and the wrestlers are the best at cutting weight. They know how to cut huge amounts of weight and all this and all that. But I mean, but still, even if you know how to cut the weight properly, it's still extremely traumatizing to your whole existence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's so traumatic. It's so not good for your system. So it's I wish they had smaller weight classes so that these guys can cut some weight, but not so much. They can choose whether or not they want to go 2 or 3 or 4 weight classes down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, like, for example, Wonder Boy, he's not a huge welterweight, but he walks around about 90, 93 maybe. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to cut over the course of he's got to cut 23 pounds, and he's not a fat 93. You know what I'm saying? So him to go from 93 to 170, if there was a 75, 45, 55, 55, 65, 65, 75, so on, then that would be a whole lot less traumatic. I think you'll get better fights.
Yeah.
Because
maybe longer careers.
That's right. Longer careers, and you'll be able to weather the storm for a longer period of time, because let me tell you, you can only do so many of those weight cuts.
Yeah.
Man.
That's why when you see guys, if they go up a division, they're not too hesitant to want to go back down. Your body gets used to all that things. And Ray I had the pleasure of meeting Steven when he came to Penn State tournament. He was at Penn State and finally get a chance to meet him. And I was like, I'm thinking like, well, because I'm short. I'm thinking everybody's much taller. I'm like, wow, Steven, he's not that big. And I look at what you have in that welterweight division, and I'm thinking like, man, that's I mean, when he fought Darren Till is a large man, and somehow he got down to 170 every single time. That's intimidating. Yeah,
it's rough, and especially when you get into grappling, when you get into wrestling or jiu-jitsu, where you're holding a lot, or you're in a ground situation. Oh my goodness, striking situation. The size variances, it does matter.
Yep.
the size variance does matter, but not like it does when it comes to wrestling or jiu-jitsu. Man, when you get that ground situation, that ground involvement, and you got a huge body on top of it, oh my goodness, that knows how to.
Yeah.
It's pretty traumatic.
Yeah.
I did a piece one time with Forrest Griffin, Chuck Liddell, and Rory McDonald. We actually went and we made poutine. Have you ever had poutine, Coach? It's like a Canadian French fries with gravy and cheese.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
Yumminess
It's good.
right there.
Yeah.
That's heart attack stuff.
Yes,
That's
it is.
Southern food.
Yeah. Well, it's on YouTube, but I took the three of them to learn how to make poutine. And they're all hanging out and chatting. And then Rory walks away, and Forrest and Chuck are like, that kid's a welterweight? He was bigger than Chuck.
Right.
Like Chuck was the 205-pound champion. At this time, eating poutine, Rory was bigger than Chuck Liddell at that time.
Rory's a big kid. Man, I honestly wish, I love Roy. He's a sweet guy. I love Farad.
Yes.
Good people.
Yeah.
Good people.
Yeah.
And it was not a good experience when we fought Rory. In that we loved the guy. And we were so close. They both were so close to that title. I just, if Steven didn't have to fight him, or it would have been much better if they were fighting for the title, or if Steven fought Rory. Oh, look at this arm mark.
He'll get it. Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah.
He'll go under the armpit now.
This guy is holding on.
Oh, man, been stubborn.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a powerful arm too, because
he twisted out. He twisted out.
He
Watch him twist right in that triangle.
Yeah, triangle.
Yeah.
So this kid is really tough. And people on the stream, we were chatting. People on the stream were like, the Sanchez kid might have taken round 2, and he's trying to choke him out at the end. He has a shot to win this. Like, good for him. And and Adam, in the couple of minutes, I just kind of started zoning in on him. In the third round, he was sharp, and Sanchez was still doing well. So this is a real kid, and no matter how it goes, Sanchez just sort of improved his lot, and he'll get another big fight, win or lose.
Yeah,
definitely so.
Tell you what. Now this was what round? I came in on what round?
That was the third.
I think you came in at the second, and this is number 3.
Oh yeah, this end of the third. So look here, pull.
Boom! Oh, dude.
Yeah, uppercut.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was a big one.
The guy.
Another.
Okay, Sanchez is the guy that just got uppercutted.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay.
He's tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
He fought through that arm bar.
Because he ate an uppercut. He just ate an elbow.
Yeah.
He just walked right through an arm bar, and then
I like him.
And then was in rear naked choke. Look at this.
Reverse the position,
Okay, so what's this gentleman doing wrong on the arm bar? He's doing something.
So
Obviously.
if you squeeze your knees together tight, that's an old school improvement that'll make a difference, because you can see the arms extended, right?
Yeah.
So you should be able to hyperextend it from there. You've got your cup, in fact, wedged there. You've just got to tighten it a little bit. There was just space. There was just space in it. And the kid was super tough. And there's that wobble one of the most fundamental things we learned. You're a purple belt, right? Yeah, thumb up. You're a purple belt, aren't you, Coach?
Me?
Yeah.
Me? No, you know what? I got my blue belt from Hicks and Gracie back in 96.
So cool.
Yeah, I got my blue belt from Hickson in 96. And that was when, way back when.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Doesn't seem like 96 was so far ago, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I blew up from Hickson in 96. Matter of fact, I got my certificate around here somewhere. Let me see. Where's my – oh, there it is. Hold still. Check this out. Oh, wait a minute. Here, let me turn it around.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
There it is right there.
Yeah. I got my blue belt from Hickson back in 96.
So cool.
Yeah. And that was about the time Steven's career really started doing something. So, needless to say, Dad dropped all that so as to, cater to that little obnoxious
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Suck the lifeblood out of me.
Yeah. So this is one thing that everybody will agree on about Stephen Thompson. He's obnoxious. Like nobody thinks Stephen. Nobody on earth thinks Stephen Thompson's obnoxious. It's hilarious.
You're right. I
Yeah.
had to say something. I had to dog
I
him
know.
out. Something to say.
Yeah, I know.
He really is a sweet fellow. Oh my goodness, he's a sweet guy.
Hey, he's got the nicest belt, nicest NMF belt. So I agree with that.
Yeah, but
me and
him, we do butt heads every now and then.
I bet.
Mm-hmm.
So no one in particular is in front of your face, Ray, but they said they can't believe we're listening to Ray Thompson. We have great guests, Ray. You're one of our very favorites.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you think about me. I'm stuck over here in this little lowly town in Simpsonville. Actually, I'm not stuck here. I love it here.
Mm-hmm.
But to get out and this is me getting out and hanging out with a couple cool guys. So I appreciate it.
Well,
thank you.
That's how we feel. So we feel
exactly
glad that you say that. So we're already 2 fights in. There's 2 more on the undercard.
Correct.
And then the main card doesn't start for an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because it looks like with the exclusion of the couple fights that we may have lost on the undercard, we'll have some time to fill, or we can exit and reconvene. It's up to you, Robin. What do you think we should do?
Let's take a look at I think it was the number 3 that I sent you. I want to show Ray this.
All right.
I'm going to ask you to put a freeze in it.
Okay.
At one point.
Hey, by the way, I think we got Dewey. It looks like
Dewey. Do you know Dewey Cooper, Ray?
I do. I know of him.
All right. Okay. Well, let's bring Dewey in.
All right.
Let's bring in Dewey. We don't need to look at this. How are you, man?
Dewey Cooper.
What's up, Dewey Cooper? Ray Thompson here. You don't know me, but I know you.
You know his son, Stephen Thompson.
Guys, you guys are breaking up so bad I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, but you are breaking up a little too.
Yeah, you are.
Do you got any Wi-Fi anywhere close by in the gym or at home or anywhere?
You guys sound like Voltron from the Transformers or something. I can't hear a thing, guys.
I'm gonna send you a message.
All right, I'll get him out of there, and you can send him a text. That way you'll fill him in. Which number did you want me to pull up, Robin?
Number 3.
Okay, I'll get number 3 queued up for us, and we'll have this ready. So when
I just sent Dewey a thing. Yeah, you know about Dewey, right?
Do I say again?
Yeah, you know the legacy of Dewey Cooper. He's from back in his fighting days before he was a coach.
Yep. He was a world champion kickboxer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And he let's see, what fight did he fight? Hold on one second. I'm trying to. Oh crud! I'm making a mess of what I'm doing. Excuse me, sorry guys.
No problem. Mallory, you want to try bringing Ray again? We got a nice big audience of people. Thank you everybody for hanging with us. We have a ton of fun here. Let's see if we can get Mallory. Dewey, how are you?
Just as soon as I brought him in, the signal dropped.
Yeah, no problem. He might have bailed. I just sent him a thing saying try with Wi-Fi.
Gotcha.
So
he's trying to get connected. I'm trying to pull up the card so that I can see at least who's doing what fights next.
Yeah. Well, we've probably got 10 minutes. I'm going to show you a breakdown piece. I want your opinion on it, Coach. Right. Okay. Mallory's going to put it up here.
There we go.
Actually, is this number 3?
That was what was registered as number 3. Do I have the wrong one?
Okay. No, you got number 1. So the one it'll say it says on the bottom number 1. It'll say number 3.
Okay. Let me see if I can find out, because this one is actually labeled 3. What's that? Give me the.
Well, just roll this one then. Let's take a look at this.
I'll roll it. You tell me when to stop.
So, Coach, watch this punch. Bink.
You answering my text in person?
Okay, can you play it back?
There we go. Indeed.
Okay, watch. Here it comes again. Okay, so this is the setup. This is just something that I notice about. Watch it. He's just trying to draw, right? Any kind of response, and then he started to notice that the opponent would counter when he punched. So he started to go third. So one to draw the second, and then to go third.
Oh,
right.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, going. So I call it going in threes or going third. One thing about him is whether he uses a real punch or a fake or a body motion, the fake draws the two. Look at, he lands at the same time. I think. Right.
Yeah,
So he's throwing third, but he's landing at the same time as yours. Now we watch here, little fake. This is the night, and then he throws the jab. His man was responding almost anytime he threw the jab. So now he's just sort of dismissively throwing it, so his man ignores it. This is the little draw. Watch the right hand of the opponent. See?
Oh, he stuck it right in, boy.
Yeah, parried it in, and then now he throws the right hand super deep. Think. And when you see it from the other side, right here. So first he draws. Watch his opponent's hand. See? And then watch this. Doug will grab the hand. Watch. You'll see it right there.
Yep.
And then fire.
Boom.
Isn't that
Douglas's right hand was smoking and it was tight.
Yeah, right, like a laser, just boom, right to the point.
Yeah,
beautiful.
And it gives a little pull. So he's got the one hand responding. He's got the other hand locked up, and he's got a loaded gun.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Now, if you go back and look at Wonderboy versus Hendricks.
Oh, yes.
Southpaw. Hendricks is southpaw, and he throws that big left. So we worked on catching that left. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Hendricks, he didn't throw it straight. He kind of looped it.
Yeah.
We worked on doing something similar, except Douglas went out and got it. He went out and got that hand.
Is this another Bellator fight already?
Yes, another Bellator fight. They're not playing around.
So Ray, tell me, he asked for it. He drew it, right? He didn't wait for the punch. He made the punch come when he wanted it.
Yes. WB will stick his head out there. You know what I'm saying? We knew Hendricks got the right hand. That's pretty much that in his wrestling. So I mean, he can hurt you with anything, of course, but his right hand, his left hand. His left hand was his, it was his moneymaker right there. So we knew that, and we worked on drawing it in. Wonderboy stick his head out there. Risky, but he's pretty good at it.
Yeah.
So and he'd stick it out there. Hendricks would throw, and Wonderboy caught it. And let's see, I can't remember exactly what round it was and all that, but it was a pretty decent. Similar to what Douglas was, except what Douglas did was he just went out and took it.
Yeah.
He drew it, but then he went out and just got it.
Yes.
So that's pretty impressive right there.
Gonna see if I can get Dewey back in here. Let's see. I think we got a better connection.
How are you?
There.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Dewey?
We're still working on it. Still
working on it.
Yeah, I still think we got audio and also connectivity issues.
Yeah. Bummer. Well, I sent him a thing saying try with Wi-Fi. So maybe he'll find you guys chat for a second, I'll send him. If you find Wi-Fi.
Ray, I'm going to go back to a question that we had earlier. This is let me see if I can find it. Let's see. This one I'll directly send it over to you and I'll read it for you, Ray. It says, how do you build high-level endurance in your combat sport? Just by doing a lot of extra rounds? Does working out with a mask on, I'm assuming he's talking about the elevation masks, not the COVID mask. Does working out with a mask on help endurance for fights?
Really? I don't think a mask helps. The only thing a mask would do, the objective of the mask, well, they say it's designed to restrict, supposed to restrict oxygen flow, but it really doesn't.
Yeah.
What you got to do is you got to restrict the level of oxygen in the air you breathe.
Right.
That's where
elevation.
elevation training comes in.
Yeah.
These elevation masks, all they really do is force the athlete to breathe in, breathe out. It's almost like putting some sort of a rubber band around their chest.
That's right.
Forcing the muscles in the rib cage to work. It doesn't really do anything as far as elevation, the concept of elevation training.
Science hasn't said that it does anything. And you're right. If we make you be breathing the same, but be fighting to adapt to a diminished amount of oxygen, your lungs and body and blood and hemoglobin, oxygen and hemoglobin delivery system, all this stuff will adapt. If we just get you to breathe hard but get less air, it might make you breathe harder over time, but it's not going to increase your cardiovascular capability.
That's right. It's not going to cause I think it's red blood, one of the two.
Yeah, red blood.
It's not going to cause them to generate and produce and get higher levels of that, which is what transfers the oxygen. What you need plenty of air, but low oxygen in that air. That's one of the reasons Wonder Boy, he sleeps in an altitude tent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really cool.
We do that. It's legal. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
It's perfectly legal. So Wonder Boy sleeps in an oxygen tent to increase, to do exactly that. And these boys is throwing some heat.
This guy is right hand crazy, and it's working.
These are 85ers.
Let's see here. Let me see what if we missed the mule fight.
85, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. They look thick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they sure do. This young man was right hand crazy. It was just right hand city, but it was working. He'd land, he'd go in, he'd land, he'd go in. Should we try to add Dewey again, Mallory?
I'll give him a shot here. Let's see here.
Let's try it.
All right,
Dewey, can you hear us? Can you hear us? I hear some kind of background noise.
Yeah, still not getting audio and video combined. Man, that's okay. Unfortunate.
That's all right. Well, yeah. Well, hopefully he goes and seeks out some sort of Wi-Fi scenario. We'll celebrate when we get him.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely. I mean, it's a shame. Sometimes the signal is good enough. I can tell he's driving or at least riding, and it just doesn't appear to be enough to handle both that video and audio right now. So unfortunate.
So this is round 2, right? Yes.
Yes.
God, what a heavy round. And so the man on top was the guy who digested all those knuckle sandwiches. And here he is riding the left leg and punishing his guy.
Let's see here. Man, like you said, a punch heavy fight. A lot of attrition being spent by both guys right here. And you're just 3 minutes to go in round 2. A lot of leather being exchanged.
Yeah. God, you imagine you were dishing out everything, and we were talking about fatigue. You've been throwing hard punches. And now this guy is taking you down and manhandling you a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It's exhausting. The term would be exhausting.
Yes. I'm going to play with this question a little bit. DG, former. I want to do MMA. I'm worried that when I'm older, I won't stand out enough to reach a big organization like UFC or Bellator. Should I focus on my skills or think of a gimmick? Okay. So I'm going to look at this as we could be discussing anything that you're interested in doing.
Right.
Do it because you love it or don't do it at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
What you may achieve in 3 or 4 years will be irrelevant if you're not intrinsically rewarded by doing the thing. Right, Coach?
You're spot on it. But of course, at some point in time, you got to start to find out if you love it. If you are training, and if you really love what you're doing, you need to jump in with both feet, burn the ships, as they say, and go for it. Otherwise, you'll never know. And like some of us who may have had the opportunity but didn't take advantage of it, you know, you kind of regret it a bit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, of course, you know, I came along at a point where, you know, this stuff, the MMA as you see today, wasn't, well, I mean, there was no future in it.
Right.
Back when I was fighting, you know, back before you guys were.
Yeah.
I won't. Well, maybe you were, but you were just like little guys, you know, little kids.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You were here, but you were.
Yeah.
How old are you, Robin?
I'm 50.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You're a beast, dude. How about you, Mallory?
Thank you.
I am 48, get ready to be 49 in a couple months.
You ain't got a wrinkle in your face. You look like you're 43.
Thank you very much. Sir.
Yeah.
I want some of whatever y'all eating.
Mm-hmm.
I want some of whatever y'all eating.
But so you're 60, right, Coach?
65.
That is crazy. Now, I'm sure, I mean, you look good and you know it, but that is training, eating good, getting some sleep, living good, you know, living healthy and kind and looking at the world right.
Yeah, I'm trying to, that's for sure. Now, as far as eating's good, not all the time. I have been known to enjoy myself. You know,
hey,
I'm going to be honest.
Enjoying yourself is part of life. And
well, there you go.
When you're in the great state of South Carolina, as my relatives are from North Carolina, I know how good the food is down there. You can jump weight division quickly by going down the South.
Yeah, some of them, this home cooking, it makes it real tough to be, you know, it makes it tough to be a good, clean eater all the time. And my wife, she cooks. My wife can cook a boot and make it taste good.
Man,
listen, I've seen some shows in which you don't take it easy on your son. You guys are just eating pizza right in front of him. Poor guy's cutting weight, working out 2-3 times a day, and you guys just sitting there just nom eating it right on down. I would do the same thing. I understand that.
Hey man, you know.
You see that?
There's fighter food, and then there's trainer food.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So. They just showed a couple of those right punches that this guy threw. Man, like a couple. It's funny, we just showed that Douglas Lima one, which was just the deepest penetration all the way through, and this dude just got hit with one of those stepping too, and got back up and finished the round. Look at him; he looks fresh.
These guys are, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this fight. Okay.
Ebsen and Johnson. Eblin and Johnson.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, okay.
Eblin is the red gloves, who's now on top. In round 2, he was being drilled with punches and still ended up on top. But now he's on top early in round 3, and he hasn't been rearranged. So he's going to be real vicious here in the top position, I think.
Yeah. These boys, boom. Where'd these boys fight out of, you know?
I'll find that out for you, Coach.
Yeah, please
I'll get that for you. Give me 1 second here.
Eblin, where'd he fight out of?
So,
yeah, he's tough. He's a middle America kid. I can feel it. He's a Midwest guy. I can feel it.
Let's see if your sensors were correct. Okay, Johnny Soldier Boy Eblin. I think you're right. Fighting out of it says fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida. But let me see where he's from.
Well, he's Florida now, but
he's from Kansas City, Missouri. There you go, nailed it. Yeah.
I had a feeling.
You are a man of many everything.
That was a good read, Robin.
Instinct, you're just like an encyclopedia of everything.
Nah, that's very kind of you, Coach. Like coming from people like you, it really means a lot to me. It really does.
I appreciate you giving me props, but I don't deserve any of that. You're awesome. So,
look at this kid. Yeah.
Now, you know, as a coach, I've not had too many experiences with knees in the butts or knees in the thighs. You know, I didn't get a whole lot of experience on that. So, watching these guys throw them, it doesn't appear to have a huge effect. Okay, answer that one.
So in a perfect world, regardless of what it does now, tomorrow it's awful.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah, I see
right
that.
now, you know, just the intensity with which you're moving your body. These are things that start. So we're worried about impediments, any kind of impediment to our movement,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that knee hurts. It hurts no matter what you're doing and when you're doing it. But it hurts less when you're filled with adrenaline and you're focused and you're intensely, your attention is directed in other directions. As long as it doesn't make it impede your movement, we'll worry about it tomorrow.
Yeah,
but
right.
sometimes it does.
Yeah, but the immediate benefit, I guess, in the fight is that, well, you're scoring.
Yeah,
Right.
and
To
maybe
some
I'll make you
degree-
move.
Yeah.
To some degree, you're scoring. So that would be.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't do a whole lot of good if it hurts tomorrow.
Right.
So there's no real benefit in throwing it.
Yeah.
But with the exception that, okay, you're scoring, you're doing something, you are winning the moment.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah,
right?
true. Yeah, I agree. And if we were to hold there and do nothing, we're winning that moment too.
That's
but
right.
that ref might make us do, you know, separate or tell us to do something. When we now knee, we get to keep holding you there, carrying our weight, controlling the position. When I'm holding you there, you're not punching me, you're not kicking me. That's all good. And now by kneeing, I'm winning that position and I'm satisfying the needs of the official who wants me to do stuff. So
Yeah,
Right. That's correct.
you know. And then tomorrow, when you take a wheelchair to the airplane, you can remember me. But you're right, there's no benefit right now.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're in round 3. Okay.
Yeah.
So
This kid
as it stands, I have Eblin. I have him kind of leading the charge here.
Yeah. So we were having such a blast in round 1. We might have missed what it felt like he was taking charge of it. He took charge of the second half of round 2, but when refs see guys punch somebody in the face 3 times backing up, and then we wrestle often, they'll give that round.
Good move.
Yeah, really nice.
That was really agile for a big dude. Wow. Oh, he's going
now
forward.
he'll
Looks like a heel.
25 seconds is enough time to get a response, but you have to get the foot into a position to. Well, now he is.
Oh, wow, no, that ain't gonna be
He wants a
comfortable.
knee bar here.
Oh, yeah,
he wants a knee bar.
It.
Yeah, knee bar would be just to directly hyperextend the knee itself. He is.
Oh man,
this makes me feel uncomfortable. That
cradle is what's stopping him.
Oh, this does not look good.
He's okay. So I've got your leg, and I'm pulling it this way. You have got the cradle around my body, and that was really what was stopping that full extension. But we'll see. We didn't get enough of a vibe from round 1 to know if somebody won it definitively.
Right.
You know.
While that's going on, let me
I missed a big part of round 1.
Let me put this question up for you. We've got both Robin and Ray for this, and it's from one of our friends. It says, "I'm an amateur boxer who wants to break my opponents with pace and pressure, like Max Holloway or Tony Ferguson. I have a lot of power, but I don't want to burn myself out. How would you train to build endurance?"
Okay. I guess I'm a bit old school. I don't know. But for me, what I try to do with my fighters, we don't train the 2 hours like a lot of gyms. You go in the morning, you do hour and a half, 2 hours. You go back in the evening, you do another hour and a half, 2 hours. What we do is we train. If we're doing MMA training, then I train all my guys, amis and pros, to be able to push for 5 rounds, because I want them to have the championship mindset. Always be ready for 5 rounds. But that's what we do. We do 5 rounds. We'll warm up, we do our skills work, then we'll drill or spar hard for 5 rounds, and then we'll cool down with some just running through some scenarios. We don't do the 2-hour workout. We just don't do that because you're not going to fight for 2 hours.
Right.
Your body's going to adapt to what you do. If your fight's 25 minutes, you do your warm up like you would in the back. do your warm up, get out there and train hard for 5 5s. And then after that's done, then you drill a little bit just to go over some mistakes you may have made. And then you have more recovery time.
Okay.
Recovery is the key. You can train as hard as you want, but if you don't give yourself time to recover, your training is for naught.
I'll add this to it, Coach, to add directly for his question. Part of the answer you're giving him is this will succeed in making him fit in 2, 3, 4 years of hard work, correct?
Yeah.
Over the years of following this regimen of training, recovering, etc., over years he will become skill development. He will become fitter and have more endurance and so forth. It's the long road, but it's the strong road, because once it's there now, you've built it the good way. You haven't tried to trick your body into having some capacity by using some advanced tricky science. You've slowly built a wonderful athlete through patience and hard work. That's the good way.
You got to do the work. You got to get the time in. You got to develop the skills. You got to get the body developed, the hardness, the strength, the speed. You got to develop all that, and you do that for there's techniques, drills for that. Once that is established, just like you said, once that is established, then your training should be like I said for Stephen. The training is pretty much what I explained. We don't do the 2-hour workouts. At the most he trains for an hour. But he's, like you said, he's developed to a level to where he's developed the hardness, he's developed the skills, and he's developed the speed and all that's necessary to be a competitive world-class athlete. And then from there, that's when you limit your training to. I'm excited to see Volker.
Me too. Yeah. That guy's been around too.
Oh my goodness. Over 40 fights or something.
Yeah, I know. I love Volker. So a couple of things. My friend, Dr. David Klonsky, will be joining. I don't know if you met him, Coach. I think you did, actually.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. So he's going to join us. And then Dewey said he was on his way home to get hooked up to his Wi-Fi.
Sweet.
So he'll be in a bit. But Mallory, you'll see Dr. David pop in a minute. So Saba is a fast twitch, young, explosive, modern, blended hybrid martial artist. Bobby Volker is an old school badass punch your face off veteran. It's a really nice matchup.
41. He's 41 years old.
Yeah. That's and you look at the record, you look at the amount of fights that he has. That's just that's hard work. Hard-nosed grind work.
Man. Wow.
Look at some of who Volker's fought too. Like I commentated him fighting Pat Cote some years back. Robbie Lawler. like this guy has been around. I commentated him fighting Patrick Cote in somewhere. It says he fought him in the UFC, but that is incorrect. He fought him.
Yeah,
but
he
is.
I see the same thing you're seeing.
Yeah. He's been around, man. Strikeforce, UFC. I'm excited to see him fight too. He's an old school heavy hitter.
Man, and he's got a head of granite, but man, it only takes somebody. You can do so many tests of that. You know what I'm saying?
True. Yeah. We don't want these guys just getting hit and taking it. We want them not getting hit. Actually, now that I look at Patrick Cote, of course, also fought your son Stephen.
He did.
Yes, he did.
He did. It was a decent fight. It was a good fight. It was a good win. I thought personally I wanted Wonder Boy to press it a little bit more. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It went the distance.
Pat's a good fighter, smart fighter, Pat Cote.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Yeah. So Saba Mousasi versus old school Bobby Volker. That's not his nickname, and it's certainly not meant with disrespect. I think we got my friend Dr. David Klonsky. There he is. David, you remember Ray Thompson, of course?
Doc. I do. Good to see you again, Coach.
What's up, Doc? How you doing?
Good. Thanks. Yourself?
Yes, sir. Doing good. Just glad to be hanging out with you guys.
Yep. A
It
privilege.
was fun. Just hang out and watch fights.
Yeah, there could be worse things. I'll take it.
What a way to spend the day.
I should be at work now. This is great.
Yeah. David, should you be? What should? Oh, Saba hit Bobby harder. And you see the little
chop.
hatchet?
Yeah,
little chop,
Saba's wearing that front leg out. He's calf kicking him to death.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, and see, the old school guy might, that wasn't part of the game when Bobby was doing the most of his fighting. Just wasn't a part of the game.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you, them calf kicks are, woo,
Devil.
They are.
Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh man.
So, David, what should you be in theory doing?
Oh, so much. The most immediate thing is that I have a paper due to an invited paper due to a journal 2 weeks ago, but they made the mistake of telling me 2 weeks ago when I said it was almost done that it wouldn't be so terrible as long as I got to them, within the next 7 days or so, and now it's past 7 days. So it's okay. Wow. These things happen all the time. No big deal.
Yeah, this is life. I'm working on a Patricio Pitbull Fight Secrets that's supposed to be due a couple of days ago too, but there's always more to look at. God, he just keeps wrecking that calf.
Yes, he did. Almost everything ends with a calf kick.
Man, you know what? Calf kicks are amazing. They're definitely painful, but when you win a fight on calf kicks as a spectator. Oh no, dude! Lead leg, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Hey, we love those lead leg techniques.
Wow, nice. Wow.
Yeah, he stepped into it, and the shin seemed to just dig in real deep. Man, Coach was just David. Coach, there it is again. Coach was just saying how tough Bobby has been his whole career, but this isn't how you want. You don't want to have to prove that at 41.
No kidding. So, but I was trying to make a point a while ago when it comes to calf kicks. As a spectator, to watch a fight be won and lost from calf kicks, it's kind of just doesn't give a good taste in your mouth.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like a good body shot or a good submission. A decisive. He got a good technique in. But when you win a fight on calf kicking, it's just not very, from a spectator's point of view, not very satisfying. At least not.
Well,
doesn't have the sizzle.
I mean, it's not as exciting as that, momentary knockout, but there is some drama when you see the guy start to limp, then he gets hit again. You see his mobility decline. So there is a little bit of fun in that drama.
Yeah. I guess so. But,
I mean, I hear you. It's not the same.
You're writing a story. Yeah, you're writing a story one kick at a time.
Yeah, you are. And let me tell you, Saba is, man.
Oh, he is
surgically writing this story.
Yes, he is.
Volker's.
That's also that front leg kick came off of the little step, makes you think it's a calf kick with the right leg, which allows him to then switch off to the left leg. So calf kick, small step, switch kick. The small step, your opponent is starting to read the pattern of the low kick, and you use that against them to set up the high kick.
Yeah, look, poor Volker, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be
he's
there it comes.
And he doesn't know how to go southpaw.
He tried to switch a little bit, but he definitely tell he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable with it.
Yeah, there was a step knee in there too. Jeez. And Saba's just such an athlete too. Like, he's a very smooth martial artist, but he's just a high impact athlete too.
Yeah. He's got some good movement, good footwork. Saba does. He's got Volker's going, man, thank you so much for that. Yep, Luke, you are correct. Calf kick is almost replaced your oblique kick, so I'm fine with it.
So Coach Ray, Steven is one of these people that is responsible for this calf kick, I'll have you know. And bear with me.
Yeah.
The guys who started fighting out at distance and beating guys up at long distance, like Steven and a few others, what do I do if you're going to stand at distance and you're going to spin kick me in the head, Stephen Thompson? I have to do something. So I'll use my longest weapon, which is my kick, to your closest target, which is your calf. And oh, geez, that was a mean. And he caught it with the arm. Yeah. Oh, awful. See if we see it again. So that kick actually set up the switch kick to the head, and that's not a coincidence either. No, but yeah, so the Stephen Thompsons of the world are responsible for beating people up at distance that they had to find an answer, and the calf kicks started to become the answer.
Yep, I agree 100%. I told Stephen when he first started fighting, Stephen's style is very unique, and even to a small degree, it's still kind of unique. Not as unique as it was. But I told him when he first started fighting, I said, listen, these guys are not stupid. They're going to figure out ways to beat your style. I said, dude.
Man, that was rough.
I told him, we got to figure out ways to keep you fresh. He said, no, they won't. I said, yeah, they will. They're not stupid. They're going to figure it out. Well, they figured, but we still working. We still working on developing new stuff and new things, but it's just a matter of that constant and never-ending. Oh, dude,
man, that was perfect.
Never-ending evolutionary process of combat sports.
Yes, it's always evolving.
Look at that. Ooh. Oh, ate that, man. Oh,
yeah, that was brutal, but it's interesting. You're starting to see this evolve. So typically what happens when something works for quite a long time, then the next thing you see is it get countered bad for a while. Everybody's throwing calf kicks. Isn't that beautiful? Now we're all calf kicking. All we got to do to win fights is calf kicks. Then the next thing, all of a sudden you start seeing guys, something bad happens. Something's been created to give them a bad scenario. But actually we're seeing, as you would say, evolution. We're seeing the guys evolve where the calf kick is working. And just tonight we saw the calf kick lead to using the right step as a hide. The repeated calf kicks gets you, is there no defense or counter to the calf kick? Everything has a defense. Everything has a counter.
Everything has a defense. Everything has a counter.
Yeah.
Except the crane technique.
Except if done right, no can defend. Thank you, definitely, Miyagi-Do, for that. That was we all can relate to that. By the way, I kind of dig that show. Just to throw them a little shout out. It's a nice little nostalgic,
I've heard it's good.
Yeah, it's
David Ray, are you watching it?
Say again.
Are you guys watching the Karate Kid or no? What's
Cobra
Kai?
I haven't seen it yet.
A little bit.
I've heard stories about it, but I've not had a chance to watch it.
You're in the shop. You're in the shop making miracles.
I'm doing the Karate Kid.
That's right.
But I have heard. Matter of fact, some of my students today, and I've heard they say that I resemble the main character. What, I didn't even know the guy's name.
The bad guy.
The karate teacher. I don't even know who he is.
Yeah, Sensei Cobra Kai.
I resemble one of the guys in the show. The guy that used to be the bad guy, who is now the hardcore karate teacher, Cobra Kai.
Right.
Something.
Anyway, see a little bit of that.
I'm gonna have to go check it out. I've not done it yet, so I'm gonna have to go start. Is this season 1 or what is this?
You can get all. I think I can get all 3 seasons if I remember right on Netflix. Where you can go watch them all. Season 4 should be out next year. It's a good. If you enjoyed the Karate Kid, they've already got a couple in the can. And they're easy. They're 10-episode seasons, half hour each. Pop. Take care of them real quick. But if you enjoyed the nostalgic feel of the Karate Kid when the movies first came out way back in the day, I think you will enjoy this. They expand it, give a little bit more talk about the bad guy Johnny and everything else. So I like it. A lot of people seem to like it. It's getting some props.
Hey, David, what type of karate did you study and get your black belt in?
Shotokan. It's basically Machida karate.
Oh yeah. Good style. Good system. Good.
Yeah. Strips down to basics. Basically distance management. The favorite technique in Shotokan is the well-timed reverse punch.
Yes.
So not like Taekwondo with the fancy kicks, and it's a good system. A lot of positives, but man, the first time I sparred MMA rules after many years in Shotokan, I sure felt the gaps.
Yeah, it's such a complex game. It's really incredible. Like when you can do the less structure there is to fighting, the more free we are to do stuff, and the more free we are to do stuff, the easier it is to find what you're not good at doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm going to readjust see if I can't do my thing here a little bit.
There you go.
Bear with me a minute while
No worries.
reestablish my.
All of a sudden, Dr. David looks like Luke Welling. I don't know how that happened. But Cobra Kai is awesome, Coach. Just go for it.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I just dropped myself.
Well, that's okay. Is Dewey Cooper back? No, not yet. So, guys, David, you don't know Dewey. Coach actually has never met him either. But Dewey, for people, we're all going to celebrate for a few hundred viewers that are here with us. Get ready when Dewey comes. Dewey is a stud. He was a world champion kickboxer and is now a high-level coach. Kevin Lee and Keith Lee are some of his guys. And he's a brilliant dude. David, are you familiar with him?
I don't believe so. You're
going to like him. You are going to like him.
Was he not on the last time we were on?
No, we haven't had Dewey. This is the first time we're going to have him on the stream.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was telling Mallory that I just put up my fight secrets. So it's on Bellator YouTube. I did a 13-minute fight secrets of Lima versus Mousasi. If we do get a long break, so there's one more undercard fight. Turns out there's 5 undercard and 3 on. If we do get a long break, we'll take a look at another piece from that. But that piece was so big, and I have an iPhone 11, a high-level iPhone 11, and it filled up my whole phone. I couldn't even get downloads of that knockout, but I'm working on it now. I'm trying to get a download of that knockout now.
You got Hager versus Calton.
Oh shit! Yeah, right.
Big
yeah.
Boys. Big boy.
So, Ray, do you know anything about Hager?
I don't know anything about either one of these gentlemen.
So Hager is
big.
Yeah.
6'7" and 6'5". 254.
Hager's a pro wrestler. Hager's
wow.
Yeah, AEW. So he was a WWE guy. He was named Jack Swagger. Was his name?
Oh, okay. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. And now he's on AEW, which is, I guess, a really big show too. I don't watch wrestling. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm like, why don't they just kick that guy in the head? I just don't understand it. But he's a high-level performer, and he's a very famous guy on that show. So, and he's 2-0 in MMA. He was a very, very accomplished college wrestler, and he's a heavyweight. He's got a good head and arm triangle. That's how he won both his fights. And he's fighting a former NFL guy, I think a Pittsburgh Steeler. So that's pretty legit athlete fight.
Wow.
And like you said, Coach, they're real big.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing how you get guys this big that does, like pro football players, pro basketball players. These are huge monsters that move. Oh, yeah. And this guy's fighting. Why is he fighting Bellator? Unless he must be.
Yeah, he loves fighting. He loves high-level fighting.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, he loves fighting. He doesn't need the money. He likes the competition. He likes performing. He likes the storytelling of wrestling, but he likes the competition. He likes the nerves, all this pressure. You know, you go and you perform every night in pro wrestling, and you don't get this anymore.
Yeah,
so,
I get it. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry if I missed it.
and one you perform, the other is you compete. So
That's right.
I get that.
Yeah.
How old is this? Let's see. How old is he?
He's in his 30s. Like he's not.
Let's see here. Give me my stats page. 1 second. Okay, so we've got for Jack Hager is 38, and let's see, Brandon, our former football player, is 40.
2 old heavyweight athletes.
Yes.
Well, Jake Hager, is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is Calton, right? Coming out?
Correct.
Yeah. I don't quote me that he was a Steeler, but I know he was an NFL level athlete.
I do believe you are correct in that, Robin. I was doing a little bit of research in the ex-Pittsburgh Steeler. That is correct. So that's not too bad for a Canadian pulling out the NFL names. Not bad.
Yeah. Mallory, David, and myself. Hands up if anyone thinks it's so awesome that Coach has his gi on.
I think it's legit.
I was noticing that.
Yeah, it's so
guys.
great.
Here, let me
Yeah, there we
He's
go.
straightening out for us. Perfect.
Yes. Straighten it all out.
I gotta make a good presentation here. Sorry.
No, you look good, Coach. You look good. I am trying to get that last finish by my WhatsApp is finally back. I'm trying to get that last finish by Saba, that flying knee, as well as some of those kicks.
Right.
You guys talk. I'll do this.
So if my Googling was right, Hager has got a legit wrestling background.
Yes. Yes.
So he's right. He's not coming from nothing or from pure performance.
Correct.
No. High level performer in college. Yes. Okay. And
when we get a lot of people that they'll ask you if the one skill you want to bring for starting an MMA career, and I would agree probably with most people that wrestling is a good base to have if you're you got to come from somewhere. If you didn't grow up your entire life as a striker, as a Muay Thai guy, as a TKD guy, wrestling gives you a good base, not only because of that skill that you develop and balance, but also the grind as a wrestler. You got to be grimy. It's not badminton. You're not just going to dip in and wrestle a little bit and going out. Essentially both of these guys are 2-0.
That comes from the suffering that wrestling brings.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Look at the reach advantage, like 7 and 6.5, 5.5.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yeah, 5.5 inches for the guy 1 inch taller. That's just another one of those things that, like, hey, you wanna play a sport, you really get into it, you really enjoy it. As you get to this level, do you have any genetic advantages that you have in addition to working hard at it? And really long arms is a pretty big one to walk around with.
Yeah, and that becomes a huge advantage. Maybe something you never knew about all your life, just like Michael Phelps, the way he's built. He's built for swimming. He's very tall. He's got long, big feet.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's got flippers. And here, if you get this long reach, if you look at his hands almost go down to his mid-calf. So you've got those, I think Joe Rogan called them like almost orangutan arms, where they're long. So you're striking first, and of course that helps with the already predicted by Watch My 666 arm triangle. So he's called a shot right now. Let's see if he's right for the way this is going to finish. One of the things I always thought about wrestlers too, if you think about it, if you're performing the art of wrestling, traditional wrestling, and then all of a sudden one day say, okay, you can do everything you can, but now you can hit the guys.
Oh God, there's so many wrestlers that actually the pressure of it makes them tired even wrestling.
Oh yeah,
because all of these new, look how far away Jake is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so he's the guy with
almost
the long.
Like a throwback fight, like a wrestler striker throwback to what UFC used to be.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Trying to answer that question. Grappler versus striker.
So,
we know the answer.
So Jake has the reach advantage. So he's going to stay all the way as long as he can to just get to the edge of where he can touch and not be touched. Ooh, he ate one. Probably and he's reaching there. Jake hasn't eaten. Who's got the dog? Is that you, Coach?
No, that's my dog. Those are my Jack Russells way outside of the house, and he's got I think they got food delivered here at home, which I'm not going to eat any of, and she's welcoming them in.
Nice. Yeah, the dogs know it. So Jake actually, in those two fights, He got it down, you know, he ate a punch or two, an off-balance punch or two, but I don't know how hard. Jake committed to that one. How hard Jake had ever been really kind of hit in real live pro fighting. You know, he spars with real fighters, but he dug one in there.
I mean, that's the one thing you cannot prepare for. If you hear this guy's got power, this guy's got power, you can't go through your training camp asking to be hit hard. Mouthpiece out.
Lost the mouth guard.
Yeah,
there it is.
It's Jake. It's Jake. So smart. He's backing all the way out, getting a little mental reset, and then all the way out again. Smart. He came in with a strategy for sure. Enter when you're ready.
Yeah. And
there you go.
Got his hands cupped.
Now he's good. Yeah.
Oh, nope, he escaped.
Yeah. He'll get it. He'll get it. He knows how to, you know. Yeah, you pick the ankle. That's how he got. Yeah, and the guy's dropping his knee, but there comes a point where you drop your knee enough that you're already down.
Correct.
Yeah.
You've downed yourself.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So Jake goes upper body instead now.
Get him
a bad idea
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if can use that. Yeah, we'll wrap that leg up with his leg. Seemed to be.
Yep.
Oh man, hitting that teardrop on that quad. That'll slow that leg down.
Yes.
Just the curve, the little head, the quadricep head.
Yeah. Hitting that. I call it the teardrop. Hit
that
teardrop a couple times. That leg won't function very well.
Oh
yeah.
Like you said, tomorrow's not going to be great.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that quad can affect now too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mighty Joe.
What up, Mighty Joe?
Good people watching.
So a lot of times when we are seeing this, I got to plug in my computer. A lot of times when we're seeing this kind of scenario, we'll default when I'm commentating or anybody is commentating. Sometimes we'll default to so-and-so is defending the takedown. But Jake, now he is working a little more. But wrestling vertically, often you're not trying to take the guy down.
Right.
You're just making him work. You're just causing him to have to do stuff. You know, the effort, it is not all or nothing. It's not like a binary. I'm either taking you down or you're stopping me. Wrestling is this fluid thing that has many objectives, and they don't all include me taking you down.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to be, it doesn't have to be a takedown to be wrestling.
While the ref breaks these guys apart, Coach, do you guys bring in do you have a wrestling portion for? I mean, it seems like you would have to. Who do you tap for that? Do you find someone at a college, or do you who do you bring in?
Well, we actually have one of my fighters who is a wrestling coach or was a wrestling coach for one of our local colleges, Limestone University. So his name's Carl Reed. Carl's fought a couple times for the Contender Series. He didn't do too well. He's a big fella. He's a big 205er, but he walks around about 235-ish. So his weight cuts, we got to figure out how to get that weight cut down without it being so traumatic. But anyway, so we have the benefit of Carl being one of our coaches. So we do have an in-house wrestling coach. We also have another gentleman, Steve DeVinny, who used to wrestle from Missouri. He's here helping with our wrestling. And one of the boys' longtime coaches, a guy named Thomas Lee, has been with Wonder Boy ever since beginning his first fight in the UFC.
And then Chris Weidman's family, right?
That's right. You got imported family.
And I don't know if you know it or not, but Chris Weidman, a month or so ago, left Long Island. He lives in South Carolina now.
Oh,
this is news.
Yeah, so in New York. They got it. They wanted to get away from all that, and he lives about an hour and a half from us.
So you're seeing a lot more of them.
Yeah. Well, we've not seen a lot more. We've seen more of them. He is actually training in a gym in Charlotte, North Carolina, which is about 25 minutes away from where he lives. He lives on the South Carolina, North Carolina line.
Border. Right.
So He trains in a gym called Gym O. Gym GYM/ZO.
Okay.
That's the name of the gym, Gym O.
How did he like the adjustment from going to a hustle and bustle New York to relatively almost country like South Carolina? I mean,
yeah. Well, he went from a dead New York.
Right. Good point.
With everything that's going on.
That's right.
All the regulations and all the New York was shut down. I mean, it's going to take New York 20 years to recover, I believe.
That's true. Yeah, no, you're right.
So he wanted to get away from all that.
Yep. Good. Good for them.
Get away from Cuomo and it's just a bad situation. So he wanted to get away from it. He wanted to come down here. It's not quite as a bad situation here as it is in the big cities. So he lived on Long Island, which is one of the boroughs of New York. So, but he had been talking about leaving New York long before COVID kicked in, caused the problems that it has. His parents are getting ready to. I think once his dad retires, they're gonna make the move down south as well.
That's interesting.
So I've been watching this while listening, and Jake, in round 2, he was landing a lot at the end. I would presume he won that round, and round 1 was close, but I think it was going his way. But the beginning here, if he wins this fight, this is everything you'd want from a guy at this stage. He got hit really hard a bunch of times, and there he got hit again.
That was a smooth spin elbow.
Yes, it was.
For a heavyweight.
Yeah, man.
This guy's fighting as an athlete.
He stands there, and Hager, he's got some movement on for a big boy. I'd like to train him.
Yeah, I'll tell him. I'll send him a message. This is an interesting thing. I'm going to throw it up quick, and then I'm going to get it out so Dr. David Plonsky's face is still there instead of this. Watch my 666. This is a talking point that will pop up at the end of almost any fight for the last 40 years. And there's not a fighter in the world who doesn't understand what they need to do, doesn't understand what's at stake and what it might take to go. Whether they do or don't, it's based on their ability to allow themselves to do it with all of the training that the opponent has just done to them. David and I have talked about this a lot over the years. David, the idea of teaching your opponent what you want him to do.
Right. Sometimes all it takes is 2 reps. You do something 2 times, and that's often enough for the opponent to expect it. So then if you do something a 3rd time that starts the same way but ends different, you sort of taught them to expect one thing and get another. I'm enjoying the psychological dynamic in this fight. And, whenever you speculate about that, it's so easy to just be wrong. I don't know what you're thinking. But is it Calton and Hager? Is that how you pronounce their 2 names?
Jake Hager. Yeah. Yes.
Correct. So you can see Calton's spirits rising a little bit. I think he's survived 2 takedown attempts, so to speak, and I think he's figuring out on the feet that his timing and precision is a little bit better despite the reach disadvantage, and you can see him sort of like fighting with some more aggression and confidence. And
at the very least, he knows he can win.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And Hager is a little tired, but has that wrestler's mentality where he's not going to back down, and he keeps finding reserves.
Yep. Calton fights like he is a little gassed, and Hager, he fights like he, at least to some degree, looks like he just not worried about his cardio at all.
Yeah, you're right. He's a high-level performer. He is fatigued, no question about it, but he's just not letting that be, something that will stop him. It's interesting too, that conversation that happens. People are like, we need a sense of urgency, which again, I don't know if that's a sense, but it's how we describe it. I don't know if urgency is a sense, but urgent, that idea, we say that often. Hager clearly has that idea that it's like, there's minutes left. I have my own, future in my hands, and I will do what I can do to try to, but that's what David was kind of saying too. They both have the feeling that they can win by doing what oh God, did he get it? Oh, he's hurt.
Right hand. Oh.
Let's see how he weathers this.
He doesn't know how to respond.
No, you're absolutely right.
Now let's see.
I mean, you'd think at least he'd change levels, wrestler instinct or something.
Correct.
Let's see if Hager weathers it, and if Calton weathers his.
He will.
Yeah,
he will.
Well,
So he very well may not have known where he was at all.
Mm-hmm. Look, I mean, just
and he may not right now either.
Yeah, look at the way, and everybody's been there. You know.
Yeah, he had that frozen in space look. He may not know where he is right now either. He had that completely like where the body just kind of freezes. It's like a blip in the computer, or when your computer freezes. That one. Look at this.
Right. Oh man.
And then a back fist behind the ear, and he's.
And these are big boys, so that's a huge. Oh, mouthpiece went flying.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, and that one wasn't nothing either.
No, right on the chin.
Oh, watch. Okay, watch. So he tries to turn away here, which is just a natural instinct. But then another one hits him, and he's literally backing up with his hands down, almost like he's a machine on tilt. And when that happens, you know, you need some weeks off after that, for sure. You know, he didn't lose consciousness, but he may be having a hard time knowing. You know, it's all a little frazzled right now, I bet.
Well, you know what? This minute was not long enough. You can still tell he knows what to do. But on the other side of that ring, did Calton also?
No, that was 3, right? Or was that 2?
No, we got 3.
That was 2.
Yeah, you gotta. Well, now you got the doctor in there checking his facilities. He's telling him what he wants to hear. He's gone on out, and now look who's pacing. Yeah, he's pacing like a shark, man. He's just ready to go.
Yeah. Well, I really feel he sensed earlier that his striking was just a little bit more precise and in better time. So I think he's like, yes, this is what I thought would happen.
And whether it was true or not, because I don't know that it was true, him believing it was true encouraged him to commit fully, and it made it true.
And Dr. Dave, I agree with you. I think also that wrestling almost should have automatically kicked in at that point. Just grab a hold of him. But he kind of leaned back, just as Robin says, he's not sure what to do.
It's on tilt. Yeah. So
definitely on tilt.
He got it at the end. He wrapped him up at the end and survived.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
so very
what,
common. Yeah.
We got
Dewey Cooper.
Yes, we do.
Dewey Cooper, can you hear us?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Yeah. So
There we
Dewey,
go.
right above you is Dr. David Klonsky. David is a professor of psychology and a karate black belt and a lifelong martial artist, and he's competed. Ray Thompson, you know Stephen Thompson, his son.
Yeah, we're in the same dressing room in Brazil.
Okay.
Remember Kevin Lee fought Charles Oliveira main event? What was that? Chris Thompson fought. I mean, your son Stephen Thompson fought on the show with Kevin. Was that was Brazil, right?
Do you remember that, Ray?
I'm not sure. I think so. But I can't remember half the fights he's done. He's had so many. Yeah.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you who Stephen fought. You guys tell me what's happening in this Jake Hager fight while I'm looking it up.
You got Calton putting the pressure on Hager. Hager's trying to bring it back, but Calton's got that
work, loopy punches.
If I'm correct, we both had Lee and Thompson on the UFC 244 Madison Square Garden card. I'm not sure if they've eclipsed any other time.
That's what it was.
That's what it was?
You rocked him, and then you went into the clinch.
Fatigue, maybe, Coach. Coach, you remember that? It was Madison Square Garden. Kevin Lee and Stephen fought on the same card, and you were in the same dressing room as Dewey.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Was that the Masvidal fight?
Yes, it was.
The
Masvidal Diaz fight, yes.
That was Wonderboy's second trip to Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Dewey, how are you, man?
I'm great. Just finished training, guys. I'm at home finally. Happy, exciting, and we're excited. Everything's good.
Good to hear. Are you working with Keith Lee still?
Absolutely. We just finished training today. We took a short notice fight. Well, a 4-week notice fight against Rafion Stotts, or however you pronounce his name.
Yeah, Rafion.
Yeah, Rafion from Duke's gym. They're fighting. It's a big fight for Keith, a step-up fight for Keith, and we're excited about it.
Yeah. Oh.
Low blow.
Ooh.
Definitely a low blow.
Yeah.
I turn my head for 1 second to look something up on Keith, and I see the universal ow look, so that made me thought low blow.
I think he punched him a few times.
Yeah, it's like an uppercut right there.
Ellie.
Oh.
Ellie.
The second punch was the low blow. The first one was legal.
Right. It don't make the second one hurt a lot less though after that first one though.
Oh,
Well, the third punch that was low. The first legal, third punch he went downstairs.
is he
Not
attempting
good.
to punch the legs or what?
Dewey, the audience is saying you're a little choppy.
He's a lot choppy.
For fuck's sakes, mate. What can I say?
Earbuds? Let's see. Do you have earbuds?
See if you got some earbuds, and then sign out and come back. We'll make this work.
Okay.
All right. We'll see if we can get that going. I still got, and a shout out to everyone. We've got a good amount of people on here.
Yeah.
When we have the Russian audience that comes in, they bring numbers.
Spasiba.
So shout out to everyone, watching from over there, which is definitely late.
Yes, spasiba to my friends in Russia. So now, David, we were talking when we're looking at the psychology. It's we don't know what they're thinking, but when you're tired and you're behind and you got rocked and you hit a guy in the groin accidentally the first time, you might dig it in the second.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on evil intentions.
I got to say this about Hager right quick. Hager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That guy's lost his mouth guard twice.
Yes.
That tells me he's probably got one of these cheap, off-the-shelf mouth guards. What's a guy like him doing with a cheap,
$2 piece of plastic?
Yeah, he needs.
Oh,
it's those are body shots.
no, those
That
are
was
legal.
body
Yeah.
shots. Yeah. What's a guy like him doing with a cheap mouth guard like that?
That's a good
Come on,
question.
dude. Spend you $50-$60, whatever it is.
High quality
Your mouth
mouthpiece.
guard you won't spit out when you actually.
Right. I don't know if anybody saw that, but Cotton actually kicked his mouth guard over to him after the last time it came out, which I thought was funny. I've never seen that before.
Give him a taste of the feet.
Well, the thing is that I always mention this in karate tournaments. There's a difference in the men's division and the women's division for fighting. When ladies lose their mouthpiece, they'll take a second, they'll go and they'll rinse it off. Guys, it comes out, it rolls all around the floor, and they just go bloop, right back in the mouth. We don't care.
All right, I got a mouthpiece story for you. Okay. All right. Back in the day, there was a couple of young men. They were brothers. They were twins.
Mm-hmm.
They would fight. One kid would fight. When he was done, and at this point, karate term, it's not full contact.
I know where this is going.
He would literally take his mouthpiece out, shake it off, stick it in his brother's mouth. I saw that on more than one occasion. I'm thinking, dog, $3 mouth guard.
Just invest in it.
Oh gosh.
Coach,
Chill, dude. Mouth guard out, shake it off, stick it in his brother's mouth, go fight.
I'm not trying to one up you, Coach, but I think I have something that might even be better. We were down in Florida, and as I add Dewey back into the stream,
Dewey,
I saw.
Is that better, guys?
That is much better. That is much clearer. Thank you very much. I saw an entire team, a 3-man point fighter team. You had one set of equipment between all three guys. One guy wouldn't put. I can understand giving your gloves and giving your foot gear, but they gave cup and mouthpiece right down the line.
No way. You got me, Coach. You got me.
It was weird. It was very weird. You know what? Like you said, invest in a mouthpiece. I don't want. You know what? Go without a cup for me. I'll risk that. I'm please keep your own.
Yeah.
I do not want my pubes hooking up with your pubes.
Yeah, that's right.
That.
No,
That is
we're keeping them separate.
That is a quote to live by.
Yes.
Oh man, that is bad.
So Dewey, you're home and
Yes.
Vegas, right?
Yes, Las Vegas.
How is it in Vegas now? Is it weird down there with everything shut, or are things open?
While things are opening back, it's starting to get a little normalcy again, but it's still not quite there, but it's much better than a month ago.
Let's see who gets this one. No matter what, this is a turning point for Hager. He got to have the real experience. Look at that face.
Yeah.
That's the experience. When you have that one, you now know what it is, what fighting is.
Mm-hmm. Let's
You know?
see. Dan
He
raised.
did it. Good for him. Good for him.
I had to go in that way as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
me
And there'll be a lot of people
Me too.
disagreeing because he's the popular one, but I
Right.
thought he did it, you know.
Yeah.
Not too shabby for Colton too. You got to give him a
He ate a
shot.
few. They both ate a few, but
Yeah.
I thought he pushed the pace. I thought he engaged more often, and he engaged more completely. He engaged with the striking. He engaged with the grappling. Whereas Calton, he was more. He just kind of, if he wasn't striking, he wasn't doing anything.
Yep.
Yes.
So the other thing is Hager got to experience the real experience, and every one of us has been there.
Yes.
Dewey's been there probably more than all of us combined. Because how many fights did you have when you were a kickboxing champion, Dewey? How many have you fought in your life?
I've had 82 professional boxing fights, 25 professional, 82 professional kickboxing fights, 25 professional boxing fights, and 4 professional MMA fights.
Yeah, wow. 82, 25, and 4. That's 111.
Yes.
That's some quick math there.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, so you've had your share of those, but you've dished out a lot more than you've taken.
Yes. Combined 19 losses. I had 15 losses in kickboxing, 3 in boxing, and 1 in MMA.
Well, the damn MMA will get you. Now you haven't met
guy
my.
took me down and just held me down. I couldn't get up.
Yeah, because he's smart. Good for him. So Dewey, above you is my friend Dr. David Klonsky. David's trained karate his whole life, but he's a professor of psychology. And David had an amateur MMA fight. Dave, tell us about that.
Well, for the last 4 years, I've been doing jiu-jitsu, but it's in part because of how my transition from karate to MMA went. You learn respect for the ground game real fast.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I was calm. I was prepared as I can be, but I was against someone who was way better, and I got smashed for it. Still, I consider it one of the greatest nights of my life. It was a great experience, but you know what? Most of my combat experience is point fighting or jiu-jitsu tournaments, and that's just not the same thing as being smashed and
Full contact.
Yes.
Yeah.
Contact events, another level of intensity.
Well, I tell everyone. By the way, I did the karate circuit as well as a kid, and I did smoker kickboxing matches as an amateur. I had 145 amateur fights, not including my professional. I've been fighting for a long time. No lie. But the karate tournaments, I got over 70 karate tournament victories. I don't even count those. No disrespect to karate, but you know, you got guys judging the fight. You got guys saying, stop, point. You know, I got DQ for excessive force all the time as a youngster. So those fights I don't count because just like you said, they aren't like real fights. There's a different level of intensity and realness to like a real mixed martial arts fight or even a high level kickboxing fight or a prize fight in boxing. It's a whole different level.
That was definitely my experience. I had a lot of success in point fighting tournaments and had my little bag of medals somewhere, but there was a number of times I beat someone where I thought, man, if this was a real fight, he would destroy me. I put my fist by his body at the right time and got the point, but I could feel the difference between his power and my power.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Coach Thompson will agree with this. You know, we have this discussion all the time about martial arts. Is it martial arts? Is it a fight? Are we martial artists? Are we fighters? And there's two different types of categories. You have martial artists and you have martial arts fighters. You know, I came up in a traditional martial arts background, but I was a fighter. What got me in martial arts was street fighting in LA as a kid. His son, Stephen Thompson, is a real martial artist, but he's also a fighter.
Yeah.
And it's a big difference. You got the karate tournament, the point tournament guys, those are martial artists. But until you do a full contact fight, or full boxing fight, or a full MMA fight, you're not a martial arts fighter. It's a big difference.
True.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was just going to say we got to put on CBS Sports because we won't have the main card. So we got to find CBS Sports on your TV, or if you got DAZN, everybody watching, hang with us and watch this. But Dewey, you got a TV close by with CBS Sports?
No, I do not. I don't even watch TV, dude. Unless the Pittsburgh Steelers are playing, I'm not watching.
There's another Steelers fan. There you go.
I don't blame you. We will. We'll tell you what's happening when it comes up. This is better than a lot of the fights. Although Mousasi and Lima, man, that's a pretty
Great
legit.
That's
real
electric.
fight.
Waiting for that is electric, man.
When I was driving home, you guys were showing the Douglas Lima highlight where the guy parried the punch, got knocked out. The one thing you guys forgot to mention, there was a reason he got knocked out. Of course, the three-way stuff you're talking about, that was great. But had he had his lead hand up, his front hand up, he could have defended that right hand. Too many guys are dropping their lead hand while they're doing things with their right hand, and that's what opens the window to get caught. So these fighters better realize when you're doing something with one hand, the opposite hand needs to be in proper position.
And this sounds like something you're drilling a lot of times in your fighters.
Yes.
All day,
all day.
Dewey, you're saying something I hear from a lot of really in different ways from a lot of coaches right now. And I hear literally, like Faraz, for example, I hear him when he's giving an order or a command, he's saying attack and defend, attack and defend, attack and defend. Not attack or defend.
Yes.
Attack and defend, attack and defend, attack and defend. You know?
Yes, sir.
Because
That's
that other guy's got traffic coming at me too.
That's right, because we can't predict what the other guy do. But if we give guys windows of opportunity to catch us, it's not what he did. It was a lack of what the hell we didn't do. And that's what happened in that Lima knockout. The guy should know better than having that lead hand so low to let that right hand come over the top. It was beautiful, but geez, get that hand up, guys.
That momentary lack of response.
Let me chime in here right quick.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind. You know,
yes.
For 99% of the fighters out there, 99.9 probably, what Dewey's saying is spot on. But then you have those guys like your Muhammad Ali's or
Roy Jones in his prime.
Roy Jones's. Those guys can put their hands in their pockets.
Yes.
And still put you to sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So there is that style or genre of fighting that, I mean, that's valid. It's a valid fight. It's a valid
But
style.
the difference is he wasn't attacking. He was being in a defensive posture. He parried, and his hand was too low.
That's correct.
If you're going to parry, your head got to be moving and your feet got to be moving. There's a science to what Roy Jones and what Ali does.
Right.
And it ain't standing flat-footed and trying to parry and drop your head. Their feet are moving with their hand movements. Therefore, they're harder to hit.
You are right on it. So,
And God-given reflexes. I mean, Jesus Christ. No one has reflexes like those guys in their primes.
Their ability to read, their ability to sense, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
They had this extra sensory, okay, here it
Feel.
comes. I'm going to move this way. I'm going to move
Feel,
this way.
that's right.
Yeah, they're on another level of something.
And they were so goddamn cocky. They gave no one credit for anything, and that was part of it too. They didn't give him credit for being great or throwing a hard punch or being faster or sharper. They put in their mind they were a better man, and they stayed relaxed and believed in that fully, and that's why they could do those things with the hands down and all of that, because they're looking, they're seeing no inch of doubt.
I hear this a lot. Okay, I hear this a lot of the time when people are talking about rules. So we always put our feet here. We never do this. We never cross our feet. We always keep our hands up. Of course, the masters completely manipulate those rules, because when I'm a novice, why do you tell me to keep my hands up? Because if I drop my hand, you're going to punch me in the face.
Yes.
But when I'm a master, I can drop my hand because I want you to try to punch me in the face.
That's right.
Use that punch. So when a lot of our viewers are watching who don't study martial arts, they hear these rules and they think that applies to everyone. They only apply to you on your way up. As you approach mastery, we can break these rules intentionally.
Yes. But when guys get knocked out, I'm simply saying there was a cause and effect for that. He parried the punch. God, parry takes this much fucking energy. Why are you dropping your hands when you parry a punch? It's just, you should be parrying and punching, parrying and slipping and punching. Yeah. Why you gotta drop your hands to parry? That's why he got knocked out. Lima seen it and threw a basic long, hard right hand. That's all I was saying about that particular fight.
Yeah, 100%.
But you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
Ray, what were you gonna say?
I was just agreeing with what Dewey was saying. Yeah, and also what you were saying too. That there are rules. There are rules that fighters should follow, and then there's another set of rules.
Yes.
Another set of rules for the masters, like you were essentially what Robin was saying. So you got these guys down here, and somebody there's levels to this stuff, right? There's levels to this. What we do. So then you got your beginners, and then you have your masters, you have your Deweys, and you have your Alis, and you have your Roy Joneses, and I'd like to think to some degree your Limas and your Wonder Boys. You have all these guys.
Yep.
To a degree, they're the masters of the game right now. You know what I'm saying? Of the fight game. They're not the masters of the coaching game. That's a different level. That's another animal right there. So there is that too, as coaching.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway. These guys are so they develop a new set of rules for the
master level, and those rules come with experience, God-given attributes, athletic ability, mental, where he comes from, the whole psychology behind combat. You got to have all those elements, willing to put your best foot forward, free of apprehension at those moments, and that's where the mastery comes from that Robin is talking about for sure, 100%.
Exactly. I like that, free of apprehension. That's a really nice way to put that.
Yeah. Other words, I hate to say this, but not being so stressed the way Gaethje was about facing Khabib. We know Gaethje's a dog. He's a complete warrior. Great warrior, but he had too much apprehension in his body fight night, and I'm sure Coach Thompson will agree to that. And when you have that apprehension, you never fight your best fight ever.
He knew Khabib was a master at his game, and he knew that Gaethje knew that Khabib was on another level. He did. He just knew that, and and hence the apprehension. You were talking about exactly. Yes, I believe you are correct.
So, Dr. David, we've talked about this kind of thing before. Now, if we asked Gaethje an hour before how he was going to perform and if he understood the test and what was required of him, he would have said yes, he understood it. But then in the moments, it was different.
But there's a lot of reasons he would have said that. If he was feeling that way, he would have said it because he's feeling that way. And if he wasn't feeling that way, he would have said it because he knows he's got to get himself in the right mindset and do it. Yeah. So, of course, he would have said that, regardless of what he was feeling. And honestly, it would have been the right move for him to say it, regardless of what he was feeling.
Yes.
And but then you're in there and it's different.
Right. Yeah, but that's that thing that Coach Thompson and I were talking about, that different set of rules for the high level experts. And part of those rules are psychological, Doc. We could be the baddest dudes in the world. If we get tight or shit or tense, those reflexes don't fire. That thought process that Coach was talking about is an instant, and we become different. And that's what's so great about fighting. We never know what is going to happen to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I really appreciated what you were.
You know, that's the scary thing. That's the scary thing. That's what's so intriguing about this sport. Much more intriguing than any other sport.
It's also that you think about it, you have two professional athletes on each side of the ring from each other. And when you have one person that makes another person that is high level, but makes them look average, then that's just, that's just a whole nother thing right there.
Yeah, but see, my whole thing, since I'm a coach now, no longer a fighter, I look at things on a cause and effect level. Like I was talking about the parry, dropping your hand, getting caught with the right hand. We as fighters can let the next guy's greatness or expertise make us feel less of an expert. And once we do that, we become apprehensive, we become tight, we get different. And coach will tell you, I can't train to have you throw great, hard, stiff, non-telegraphic side kicks for the next 6 months. And then fight time, you wind it up too much. You telegraph the shit, and you wonder why it's not landing. So if you're a real expert and your mind is right, you gotta be who you are, no matter who's in front of you. And that's the weird thing. By the way, I bet money on Khabib. I knew he'd win, but I never thought Gaethje would have the energy he had that day. It was crazy to me. And we see a lot of everyone Mike Tyson fought in his prime did that. They all folded, except for Holyfield, except for Buster Douglas. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And by the way, real quick, how much was real stress or just characteristics of an undefeated fighter, a great guy like Khabib or Khabib, a great fighter like Khabib? Half of that made Gaethje get different was the reputation. Gaethje's fought tough guys before. It's crazy to me. You know what I mean? It's crazy how the human mind works. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah.
You see Gaethje step out there like when he stepped out with Tony Ferguson. Gaethje knew his mindset was different.
Yes.
And the term "which fighter shows up" was prevalent between the Tony Ferguson fight and the Khabib fight.
Yes, sir.
If the Tony Ferguson Gaethje showed up with Khabib, it could have very well been a different outcome.
It would be different.
I agree.
It would be a different fight. The result might have been the same, but it would have been a very different fight. Let me ask both of you, coaches. There's a lot of fighters that watch so much tape on the opponent, and that actually programs them to over-expect the quality of the opponent. Dewey, what's your take?
Real fast. I believe in my career, when One Kick Nick or Jeff Mayweather would call me and say I had a fight, I want to know how tall was he and how fast was he? So I watched maybe one time, no more than two. Because in my experience, I learned that you hear a song on the radio, right? You fucking hate the song. You think the song sucks. But they play it every day. Next thing you know, you're singing along to that song. It's not so bad. We do the same thing with fights. If we watch this guy too much, he goes from a viable opponent into greatness. Like, oh my God, that punch was a regular punch the first time I watched that video. Now it's an incredible punch that 10th time I watched that video. And we start admiring the guy, whether we know it or not. We start to admire what he do. We start making him better than what he is. And that's why I never watch a fight more than twice, because my mind's going to tell me the first time if he was a tough, great fighter or not. If I watch it 10 times, a guy who's average starts looking like a badass. So I'm totally against the guy over watching film. The coaches should, but the fighter, I don't think so.
Interesting.
Stephen very seldom ever watches fights.
Yes.
He doesn't watch them. He just, what he does, he trains to do what he does.
Yes.
He trains to do what he does. And he doesn't spend a whole lot of time. He doesn't watch fights with me at all, because I am no fun to watch fights with.
Well, I think you're fun to watch fights with, Coach.
Yeah, I'm having a blast.
Well, I appreciate that, but when I'm breaking down film or studying fighters or studying opponents, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about that. You need to do this. You need to do that. He's not a big fan of listening to all that. So he might go home and he might watch a fight, but for the most part, he doesn't do a whole lot of that. You know, if he
That's
does,
great.
if he does,
That's great.
I'm think about it.
He has the mind state that I had. I'm gonna do what I do.
Right,
I always looked at myself at the end of every camp, and I said to myself, "Can this black cobra beat the last black cobra?" And by the way, total transparency, total honesty, because there was some fights I said, "Nah, last black cobra would have beat this black cobra." Every time I said that, I lost. So I just closed my eyes at the end of the camp, you know, that last hard session a week before the fight, and I say, "Can this black cobra beat the last black cobra?" If the answer was yes, I was 100% confident. No, I didn't even think about the person I was fighting. And that's what your son does. He's about what he's gonna do. He's about feeling like he can be the best he can be, and the rest is gonna show fight night. And that's to me the best way to be. We gotta quit admiring our opponents. We gotta quit idolizing the dude we have to do combat with. We gotta stop it because it's gonna be mentally debilitating for you, psychologically.
Robert, I wish, and I'm trying to remember your friend who's the sports psychologist. Help me out with his name.
Well, David's a psych prof, but David Mullins.
That's
he's a sports psych consultant, so he works directly with fighters. In fact, I recommended him to Kevin at one time, but I know Kevin works on that stuff himself. Yes. But David works with some UFC champions, and he's very, very, very legit. He knows his stuff.
What's Dewey's explaining exactly is you're not trying to talk yourself into defeat, and I get the point exactly, because whereas you know we're definitely being a fight fan. I'm not training for to fight for a world title or even get in the ring with someone, and I'll watch over and over and over and over again, and I can appreciate the art, and I'm looking at it. But it's a different game when you're looking at the guy that you're going to fight, and like you said, all of a sudden. You heard the song called Baby Shark, and then next thing you know, you're starting to sing along, Baby Shark, and it's got in your head. And then the third time you're watching, like, man, that guy, his hook is pretty sweet. And not knowing that you're talking yourself into being a victim of that hook 2, 3, 4 weeks later. So that's a very good point. And Dr. Dave, I'll one of the things I wanted to ask you earlier is, and I'll go back to when I was teaching martial arts. The one thing that I always told my students is that I can give you everything but confidence. That has to start as a seed within you. I'm giving you every single tool to kick right, to punch right, to anticipate this, but the confidence has to come within you. I mean, what would you even say to someone like that to help inspire that, to believe in themselves?
Well, in the case of Justin Gaethje and against Ferguson as opposed to Khabib, I think what's interesting, so if you sort of boil down how we can respond to anything in the environment that matters to us, we have two options. We can approach it if it's something we want, or we can approach it and destroy it if it's something we don't like, or we can avoid it, escape, run away. And there's some good evidence that our motivational and emotional systems are geared for approach versus avoid. So I think you can imagine Khabib watching Ferguson and thinking, Ferguson's tough. But I'm tough too. This is something I know how to handle. So he can just go into that fight with an approach mindset, with his emotions mobilizing him to just engage. You can imagine him watching Khabib and thinking, this guy has a way to beat me. He has a tool to beat me. I have to be afraid of sort of being grabbed, afraid of ending up on the ground. And now suddenly you go from this classic confident, approach, engage, I got this, to have to approach but be careful, and that can sort of short circuit the system. It can kind of put fighters in like an avoidance mindset. And then suddenly you don't see that flow, and you don't see that smooth engagement. And so, I don't know nearly enough about the specifics in this case to say if that's what happened, but it's certainly consistent with what often happens and with what I'm hearing you folks say.
First of all, no? I thought the first fight of the main card was on, but it's a flashback. What you say is super interesting. And a lot of times we want to think of this is due in part to television. We all watch TV. It's either red or blue. It's Republican or it's whatever. It's like we all want, it's either the Steelers or the Patriots, right? Yeah. But confidence or mindset or self-efficacy, the belief that I am up to this task, is not binary. I know I can kick this guy's ass, but I better be careful about this one aspect. just blending those two things, like Dr. Dave is saying, the blend of those two things actually is much different than just two things. Now they make a stew of my mindset. It's a really interesting point.
So we've talked
and
about
it all boils down to what you were saying, that lack of confidence, or that confidence. And through all my years of training, 36 straight years, I'll be 46 November 10th. It all comes down for me with hard work, dedication, commitment, and passion to what you do. The more you dedicate yourself, the harder you work, the more committed, the more passionate you are about it. It seems like those are ingredients to give you more confidence, because at that moment of battle, man, you got to just know I did the work. I'm prepared, and I don't give a damn what happens. Win, lose, or draw, I'm gonna be saluted when I walk out of this cage or ring, and that's the refuge that always kept with me. But if you don't train hard, if you leave any inch of openings for doubt or negative thought, because we can lie to everyone else, but we can't lie to ourselves. We know if we ran that 5 miles, we know if we stopped having sex with our girlfriend 4 weeks ago, we know if we dedicated ourselves totally. And if we didn't, that definitely leaves areas for doubt to creep in. That's why I preach to my fighters, man. Don't say nothing you don't mean, and make sure you cross those T's and dot those I's, because that helps you have a base for your confidence.
When I was fighting, the best coaches would say, and they, most of them had fought, that on the walk from the back, there's all these distractions and thoughts, and all you should be thinking about is the work you did.
Yes.
All you should be thinking about is the work that you did, because the work is real.
If you cheated yourself, you're gonna be thinking about the work you didn't do. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're right.
I do believe, if I remember last time, Coach Thompson, when we were talking here, you would ask the guys that would come train with you, and you would tell them, okay, don't put your back heel down. And 2, 3, 4 rounds in, they're looking at you, their calves are hurting. You say, well, where do you want to be weak at? Where do you tell me what part do we want to slack off on the training? Do you want to be weak against this? Do you want to be weak against that? And that's checking a guy right there, or in this case, that's checking a fighter. Please tell me where you want to be weak at, and we will leave that part of the training off. That's so deep in the mind that it's another level.
Yeah,
another level. That's another level.
Yeah, it's good.
The comment I make is, what part of you do you not want to be in shape when you're in a fight? Whether it be like Dewey was saying, this, because if this, I don't care what kind of skills you got, what kind of attributes you have, if this ain't in tune, if this ain't connected, if this ain't working on your behalf, you lost. You lost before you leave the gym. So that's a hard one right there. That's a hard one to develop. That's why we need guys like you, Doc, to get here and fix all that.
Hey, Robin, real quick. Hey, Robin, I can listen to Coach Thompson all day. He sounds like Brad Pitt on the Glorious Bastards or something.
100%. 100%.
I love that accent, boy.
Yeah. We love, I got to know Coach Ray a little bit, and then I asked him, he's like, I'm just so thankful you guys wanted to hang out with me. And we're like, we want to hang out with you all the time. We just want to grow up and be like you.
Oh, man.
I want him to say, bring me some of them scalps.
Yeah.
I'm having fun.
This is the great thing. And just to remind everybody that's still in the stream, the fights right now are on DAZN. They're also on CBS Sports Network, so you check a cable guide and go ahead and look for CBS Sports Network. They're on right now. It looks like they moved the Dalton Rosa fight and the I'm going to botch this last name, Griller fight up to the main card. Yeah. So they even it out at 4. So that's going on first. And it's happening right now in the middle of round 1. So
So, Dewey, you're not going to get to see this, but we want you to hang out with us nonetheless.
Well, I feel bad. I don't want to take you guys' time. I got to go pick my daughter up from basketball practice anyway. She goes to Gorman High School, one of the top high schools in the country. And, she has basketball practice right now. Sophomore, starting on varsity. Things are good. But thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, man, come back again.
Yes, please.
Come back again.
Yes, sir, Coach.
Cobra, it was a pleasure.
Hey,
Thank you so much for
pleasure to
hanging
talk
out.
to you, sir. Honestly. You ever in Vegas, man? Let's catch up. I don't drink alcohol, but let's catch up. If you need a gym to train at, I got a private gym for you too. You guys gonna love the name of the gym. It's called the Big Scary Gym. That's what it's called, Gym in Vegas. So,
Oh man,
all you guys invited. Robin, next time you're in Vegas, definitely come by, my brother.
100%. Stay in touch, Dewey. We'll do this again.
Beat.
Yes.
There he is. Dewey
Yeah. Love
Cooper.
that guy.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I love his energy. I love his enthusiasm. I wish I could have asked him this. Maybe I'll get him next time. What lessons does he take that he's learned from fighting that he can help his daughter with, who is in a total different sport yourself? You know, you're not punching people going up and down the basketball court, but there are lessons that you can learn that are applicable to whatever sport or in life in general that you can apply to this.
oh boy, that's a deep well right there. In the fight game, you learn all kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
You learn things that you didn't think were even out there, even existed. At least in my, you know what I'm saying? You learn things about yourself. You learn some things about. It's a rough game, boy.
I mean, just what you were saying, Coach. When you asked that question, where do you want to not train? Where do you want to be weak at? That's a conversation a lot of people are not ready to have with themselves because they don't like the answer that you, the self, is going to give. You know, you ask yourself a question, you come up with the answer, you don't like it. Well, like you gave it. So what do you do? You know, how do we fix this, or do we not fix it? The option to quit is always on the table.
I had a fascinating discussion with a fighter one time who, it just shows how different people can be, because he would not train as well as he could, eat as well as he could leading up to fights. And part of him wanted to change that. But when we started doing some work together, it became clear that allowed him to fight without pressure. Because if he wasn't fully prepared, he could just go in there, and if he won, it was amazing. And if he lost, he wasn't really trying his hardest anyway. But the idea that he would try his hardest, train hard, eat well, and then show up to the fight felt like a ton of pressure, because now if I lose, then that speed means I'm not good enough. And it was a real
self-sabotage, intentional self-handicapping, they call it.
And if you take him at his word, he actually could fight better, more free from anxiety, fear, whatever, when he was not at full capacity.
But I'll offer this. Him self-handicapping could fight better than the him he is now doing more work because he was freer. But the better than all of it would have been him overcoming the hesitancy, embracing
100%,
the hard work,
100%.
facing the fear, acknowledging the difficulty of it and doing it anyways.
100%, yes. And I didn't mean to imply otherwise, like 100%. That is the case. It's just such a fascinating, usually when people don't work hard, it's because it's hard to work hard. You need a lot of discipline. It's not fun to give up your best foods. But this was just a new dynamic, but 100% of what you're saying.
Yeah, Doc, you said that right. It is hard to work hard. So, so a lot of these guys, I get that. So, but the mindset of, well, if I don't work hard, I'm
give myself an out.
Glorious. That's like, or I have a way out, or I have an excuse for not performing my best. You know what I'm saying?
Well, for sure. But I also give this guy a lot of credit for getting to a point where he was honest, not only with himself, but with me. Like, he had the insight to say, here's what's happening. I think a lot of fighters don't even get there. And then you get to a point where you can make a choice, where you get to make the best choice for yourself. And I mean, this person's gone on to a very successful career, although not in MMA, but other aspects of martial arts. I just want to say that.
But that's interesting too. It's like the question becomes, if we really, and I'm sure everybody has seen this. Somebody, and Coach, tell me, I've seen fighters, I've managed fighters in the early days and been in the gym training with them and stuff, and guys will say, I'll do anything to be a champion.
But will you?
True? Yeah. Is that true? Because if it isn't true, and that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with having 4 or 5 fights, learning a lot from it, having all the benefits of martial arts, and moving into being a lawyer or a doctor or a martial arts coach or whatever. Like, you don't have to strive to win, you know, the Stanley Cup just because you like playing hockey. It's okay to also like playing hockey. It's okay to push yourself to this level of test, but just really be honest about it. You know, and it sounds like what Dr. David's saying is like his guy was pretty honest, and that's good. It's good to know anything about yourself.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But are you being honest as a fighter? You say you want to be a fighter. You say you want to be. You say you want to be a gladiator. It's good to be honest for the moment, but are you honest? Are you being honest as a fighter? True.
Yeah, right.
Because fighters, I mean, really, fighters, they probably not going to be slacking on anything.
Yeah.
Can you imagine gladiators with swords and spears and nets? I think I'm gonna just chill today. I'm
Take
gonna
the day off.
Effort. Then
I bet some of them got drunk the night before they fought with spears and nets.
Well, yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
but that's a different thing. Because tomorrow may be our last day on Earth. But are you going to fight? Yeah. Are you going to train hard to make tomorrow your last day on Earth a successful day, or are you going to slack and just accept that tomorrow is my death?
Woo.
You know,
that would be.
I'm going to take off to get my kid from his after-school care. What a treat, Coach Thompson. What a treat, Mallory and Robin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dave.
I can't imagine a better way to spend an afternoon.
Doc, where you at? Is it daylight there? Where you at?
The remnants of it. I'm on the West Coast, Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, okay. I got you. We're way on the other side.
Thanks. Dr. Dave is doing a thing with me next week. We're looking at, I don't want to get too into it, but we're looking at some of the psychology of giving up and surrendering and what that does. And we'll talk about it later, Dave. But thanks for hanging, man. It was really good to have you. You're like a real good vibe to be in the group always.
Doc, thanks for being there. I appreciate it.
Oh, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. See you next time.
Hanging out with you.
There he
Likewise,
is.
Coach.
Take care.
Always bringing up more smarts in the room. That is awesome. You know.
So guys, the audience is like, are you guys watching the fights? And I'm watching the fights. I literally right here. Ray, do you have the fights on or no?
I do not.
Dude, you got to see Lima versus Mousasi. But this time it's on CBS. Like this time.
But I got this dang. I don't even know what I got. I'm in my new school and checked it. I got my own TV over. I got a big giant TV. Let me turn it on.
Yeah, turn it on. That's a start. You were talking about if you want to be a martial artist or anything, you got to start. So we're doing the same thing. Right? We're going to turn the TV on, and that's the start. So what we're seeing right now, we're between rounds, so it's a perfect time.
While you're at it, Robin.
There you go. I already can tell.
My
point
is, let me turn the volume down.
All we're looking for is a guide.
Huh?
All we're looking for is a TV guide on there somewhere.
Yeah,
that's all you got.
Is I looked for it earlier. I looked for CBS Sports earlier, and whatever I have over there. Give me a minute, boys. Give me a minute.
No problem.
Yeah, you might find it.
If you tell me who your provider is, I might be able to help you.
Say what?
If you tell me who your cable service is, I might even be able to help you.
I don't even know, honestly. I think
he doesn't know. So everybody on the stream, thank you so much for hanging.
I've had this TV for a year, and I think I've watched it twice.
You got to start, Coach. This is how we learn things. We start at the beginning, and we're doing that. You got it on. That's the start, right? You got it on. Now we just got to find the guide. Then we scroll through the guide, and we just look for Bellator. You got CBS Sports, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, but I don't think I have CBS Sports.
Maybe not.
Sure,
but
I don't. I don't know.
Well, we'll tell you what's happening. So currently, these two guys are really like smooth. Dalton Rosta has landed a touch more than Guerder. But they're back and forth, very, very close. You got a southpaw versus an orthodox, Coach.
Say again?
Southpaw versus orthodox. The southpaw kid actually really has long arms. So it's a really kind of an interesting dynamic. Both kind of a wrestler build, you know, that kind of muscular wrestler build.
Okay, well, bear with me here a minute, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not very good at multitasking.
No, you do your thing. Me and Mallory will talk.
No
I'm
worries.
not in touch with my feminine side at all. So
No.
let me see what I can find here. CBS. How you spell SPORTS?
That's it. Oh, now you're getting into spelling. That's a whole another level.
Next level stuff.
Just hit me while I'm down, Robin. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, if it is Spectrum 756 would be the channel. Let's see.
People are trying to help you, Ray.
Yeah, got the stream coming to the work.
Yeah, people on the stream. What provider is Ray Thompson watching? Everybody wants to help you see the fight.
I'm never gonna live this down.
Yeah, no, it's all part of it. You can't be an expert at everything. You're an expert in martial arts. You're a good father. I'm sure you're a good husband. You've got a lot of skills. You know.
But my skills with the remote have diminished tremendously.
Yeah, that's a lower level, but we'll work on our weaknesses.
Yeah, that is true.
You're smart. You're fun to hang out with. You know, you've got a lot of skills.
What provider is Ray watching? I don't know.
No, I know.
Yeah. Okay, so I got to that point. You can't see it, but I got on CBS. I'm on the search thing.
Oh, good.
There you go.
I got CBS SPO
RTS
Sports.
Yeah. Okay.
It says no search results found.
Okay.
Searching for a movie program channel or application. So I'm looking for a dang channel.
Yeah, you're doing good, Ray. No, you are. You're doing good.
Just being nice.
And
quit being
no,
nice.
no, it's true. You are doing good. Gotta go to a white screen. It says. I don't know, but you got a lot of support here.
Yes.
See, G2 Kings sport. So Ray, we're gonna go into the co-main and the main, but our this fight has been a back and forth. I mean, two young guys, probably their first fight on a main card, and it's Bellator 250. It's a big card. CBS Sports. Both guys have performed really well. Man on the back. The guy just opened it enough to try to get his guy to spin into him, and he used it to mount him, and now he's back on the back again. Smart. Very, very smart. Going to trap the arm.
Yes.
Looking to trap the arm. So, Ray, you're teaching every night? Are you in there literally teaching class every night?
Every night. 2, 3, 4 class, depending on the day of the week.
Wow.
I'm on the mat every day. Today I've taught 2 sessions this morning. I taught, I was supposed to have taught 1, 2, 3, 4 tonight, but I passed 3 of them off on some other guys so that I can hang out with you guys.
Ah, nice. Yiyo is saying it's on YouTube, but he's in his country, wherever he is, it is. Right. But in America, it's on CBS Sports.
Oh, okay.
Right. See, now we're getting into some dangerous territory here. What if Coach gets a free trial on DAZN? But now we're getting an app, and we're signing up. You're giving a credit card. You might accidentally give it out over the air, and then people will steal it. Like,
everybody gets DAZN. Everybody gets it tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you looking out for me, Robin?
I'm looking out for you. I'm looking out for you. But no, it's. I mean, I'm trying to think how we could do this. Well, this one's done, Coach. So we will. I can pretty much promise you that the next fight will be less than 7.5 minutes.
Okay. Guess what I'm seeing right here?
Oh yes, that's called Fight Secrets.
I'm seeing this guy by the name of Robin.
Yeah, that's Bellator Fight Secrets. That you know what? Honestly, it's one of my favorite things I've ever worked on because they just sort of encourage me to kind of analyze things my way and you know, they kind of support my approach and stuff. So it's been really fun doing that with the Bellator people. Really fun. Yeah, they're good people. They're good people.
Okay. So It says here, subscribe. Right. I don't know if you can see it right over there. Summers.
No. Yeah, that's on YouTube. But we need you to subscribe to DAZN. That's a whole other level.
I don't want to go there. Yeah.
No, I know. I don't blame you. Yeah. Although people are like, Coach, you can do it.
They are cheering for you. This is great.
People are like everybody's trying to help. I could send Robin on Twitter my pass and user. Oh, you know. Although even then, Coach, you'll have to pull it up. I could. Combat Sports Central, Coach, might let you sign into their DAZN.
No, but I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
I know.
I'll just hang out with you, man.
Yeah,
right,
sounds fun. Sounds fun.
I don't want to get in there and mess up anything. I'll mess up.
I know.
One of these days, I'm gonna invest in something. I don't know.
No worries. No worries. We've been doing good. We got a question, Yiyo, who was trying to help us. So they want to see Woodley, Wonderboy Woodley Part 3.
I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. But I'd love to see it. And the UFC, of course, they would never let that happen because Wonderboy Woodley 2 was horrible. I'll have to admit that it was horrible. I thought maybe Wonderboy may have edged it out, but
I did too.
But nonetheless, it is what it is, and he should have stepped it up just a little bit more. So I gotta, you gotta beat the champ.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But there's no law that says you gotta crush him.
Right.
So
one day, I'll share this with you, Coach. One day I was looking at Tyron on Instagram. He was going live, and he says, "Hey, I'm going to be going live with Steven in a few minutes." And I said, "Okay, I'm hanging around for this." And they were talking and reminiscing of both fights. And it appears that Tyron accidentally bit Steven on his pinky.
He did.
And so this happened, and it was kind of like an accident. And Tyron kind of says in the middle of the fight, "Sorry." And Steve's like, "Oh, it's okay." And the ref, the only two people can hear him is the ref, and they're just looking at these guys. Everybody's going nuts. They're yelling. And he says, "It was an accident. I didn't mean it." And he says, "Yeah, I forgave you as it happened." I mean,
did he forgive him right in the moment?
Yeah. It was that. So they were clenched against the cage, and Steven's hand was somewhere close. And Robin, what's his name?
I didn't do it.
Tyron.
Woodley reached over and beat him on the finger. Steven goes, "Ow." Steven goes, "Ow, you bit me." Yeah. Woodley goes, oh, sorry, man, sorry. And then they said, "Oh, it's okay." And then they went back to fight.
Woodley punched him in the face a bunch of times, elbowed him. He never said "ow," but
to me, it was funny to think about that moment. You have two grown men fighting in a championship fight. One guy gets bit, the other guy immediately says, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And the other guy said, "Hey, man, it's okay." And then they go right back to fighting right away.
Yeah, they're both terrible. They're both wimps. Both of them. But they get out there and beat the crap out of each other. So
this is true.
Ray, did you meet Tyron's mom?
I did not.
Oh God, she's such a wonderful lady.
I take that back. Sorry. I did meet her real quick in passing.
Yeah.
Very vocal woman.
Really sweet lady too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know, but Tyron had he was the youngest or youngest-ish of 14 or 15 brothers and sisters, and she raised them all single. She's a real. You really like her. Woman. She's a real cool lady.
I could not.
Yeah.
Could not.
14 or 15. That's a busy woman right there.
And she worked multiple jobs and raised all her kids. She's a real cool lady, man. And she's around at all the fights, and she knows fighting too. She watches all the stuff. So she was saying, "Hey, you mentioned my son does this, and this," and I'm looking at her like, "You really understand that? Mm-hmm. You raised, over a dozen kids, and you understand fighting, and you she's a real remarkable person, human being, real cool lady. So you'd like her."
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be at some point in time I'll get a chance to. Me and her go hang out or something,
Yeah. While they fight for the third time, punching each other in the face, you guys can hang out.
Yeah. But honestly, I I would definitely love to see a third one, because what I'd like to see is one of the two put a stamp on something that should have been a whole lot more than what it was. You know what I'm saying? First fight was amazing. First fight was everything. It was more than we expected. Fight number two, I was like, I don't know. I was bored stiff myself. It was not. I mean, I was not a happy camper after that fight was over.
Yeah.
Especially knowing what I know Steven can do. You know what I'm saying? Not only as his dad, but as his coach. You know, I know him. I'm his dad. Yeah. But when we step out on the mat, I am not his dad.
Yeah. Right.
I have the ability, at least I like to think I have the ability to keep that separate. And Steven also has the ability to keep me as coach when we're out on the mat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Father and son.
Are you mad at him after a fight like that? Like you get? Yeah.
I was not happy.
Oh wow.
Yeah?
I was not happy. I mean, you know, it wasn't what we trained for.
Right.
It wasn't what we had discussed, what we had planned, what we had worked so hard for. It just wasn't what we had in the playbook. The way that fight came off, we did not plan it. We didn't discuss that method of fighting. Our method of fighting was to take it to him and beat him down in the corner. But that didn't happen. Wonder Boy decided to do something else.
And you're mad because you know that one, your son and your student wants to accomplish this goal, and you want to give him everything to accomplish that goal. That's then on that night, he didn't do what he wanted to do, or you wanted to do, or any of you planned.
He did something, but which was nothing as we planned. I mean, he hit Woodley a few times, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't execute the plan. There was a plan. We had one. We had one. We knew exactly what it was. He knew what it was. I knew what it was. All my coaches knew what it was. And he did whatever he did. He decided to do something different. So,
it's the dynamic between father and son and instructor and student is very interesting. I've talked to a lot of fathers that you know have raised their sons that are their head instructor, etc. And to know that dynamic, that you step on the mat, I'm sensei, I'm Kwajan, I'm Sabanim, whatever your art form will refer to it, and then as soon as you step off, you're back into the role of father and son. And I believe it's got to be even a bigger level with you being father, son, instructor, and now trainer. As you mentioned, that I don't say I wasn't surprised when you say you were a little bit upset at the reason of the outcome of the fight, but also the reasons you give. That was not what we trained for. We're better than this. We were working towards this goal and everything. But then I know it's not too long before you become dad, and you're right back there with your son again.
Yeah, and I got to give a lot of credit to Steven for this, because typically when a father and son has issues, it's for the most part, it's the son. When a father being a coach, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think the maturity level in the father stepping into the coach role is a little greater. The immature aspect of that dynamic, father and son, is typically a lot in the son's court for lacking maybe maturity and allowing dad to be coach. So I gotta give you the credit for that. He allows me to be his coach. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He has the ability to separate me when we're out on the mat, when we're in an event, to separate the father coach thing. So he gets, for the most part, I mean, I have no problem doing it. I have no problem being his coach. I have no problem being his dad. And I think, I have the ability to separate the two. It's typically the son or the daughter, whoever the fighter is, has the most difficulty in making that separation. So I got to give him credit for doing that. He does a great job. We've had over 80 fights together.
Crazy. Yeah,
All
crazy.
his kickboxing, not including his karate. I don't even know how many karate matches he had. I don't even know. But all of his full contact fights, we've had, I think, over, I'm not sure. Nothing like Dewey Cooper. My goodness.
Geez. Dewey's so cool, eh? So next up, we got Henry Corrales versus Brandon Girtz. Now, I don't know how well you know these guys, Coach, because you're studying Steven's opponents and stuff. But these two guys literally, oh, look, it's me.
Hey, there! Look at that! I didn't even know that guy.
So this is on DAZN right now, and this actually is a piece that I do where I walk out with the fighters, and while we're walking out, I discuss the experience of the walkout, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what, as they get closer. This one was with Ryan Bader, and we were talking about Ryan Bader coming out to fight Fedor, right? Can you imagine you're walking out to fight Fedor?
Yeah. That's
and
you gotta have some sort of mental something. You gotta have something extra up here. You can be a physical beast, but you gotta have something extra when you fight Fedor. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. And when Bader's been at his best, like over the last number of years, so he lost to Vadim Nemkov, but when he's been at his best, that's what's been going on. Like, he's been sort of in that state where he can go out and do his thing, because he's a brilliant wrestler his whole life. He's got, really super athletic attributes. The way he puts his game together is just very, very, very good now. The reason he was winning light heavyweight and heavyweight was because of how he was free to perform. And including against Fedor.
Yeah, well, he did a great job there.
Yep. This is interesting from the other night. As martial artists, fighting is part of my training. If yes, how long is this ideal? So I think what Jared Cannonier was getting at was fighting, and the things I learn from it is part of my process of growth and evolution.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That what we're going to become, some of that becoming happens during the success and failure of executing in fights itself.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah. We are some of our experiences.
Yeah, right.
We are some of our experiences, and when you step out there and you're in a fight, somebody's punching you in the face, that's an experience that very few have the opportunity to look at that handsome guy.
Oh, untrue.
Who's the guy with the microphone there?
I'm breaking the internet right now. I'm breaking the internet. I'm live and
all Robins are live.
that is the definitive rule.
Yeah.
Oh, me. Gentlemen, I hate to step off here. I hate to do this, but I have got a process that I got to take care of here. Okay. So I'm going to have to step off. I love you guys. Thank you so much for the invite. Keep me in mind in the future. And
this is acceptable. This is acceptable only if you promise to come back another time.
Oh, yeah. I definitely plan to. I was getting ready to say, keep me in mind for future events future dates
Hangouts
like this. And I'm having a good time. I appreciate it.
Good. Love to your family, Coach.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's honored. It's a pleasure. And see you guys soon. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Same. Much love.
There he is, the great Ray Thompson. Once again,
He's the best.
He's so cool just to hang out with. Just as Dewey mentioned, his mannerism, his speaking, everything. It's funny because only probably he could tell you that you did a terrible job and it would sound really good. It just sound really good to you.
Nova Neuro seems to have somehow separated from reality, and 2 Robins was too much for him.
You broke his mind.
Yeah. So many have gone as Robin for Halloween. I used to play in a band at one time, and I would go to bars, and there would be and we'd be performing, and there'd be multiple me's. Ray was good value. Ray is amazing. He's a real martial artist. He's a real dude. He's like, I don't do too well getting in touch with my feminine side.
Tell it like it is.
but he's open-minded and accepting of everyone and everything. He's just a 65-year-old man who grew up the way he grew up, training martial arts and in the military his whole life. He's a leader and a trainer and a father. And man, we're lucky to have him. We're lucky to be able to hang out with him.
It's always great. I always find out something new. Like the last time you said, I didn't know he did military service. Found that out last time. And I think your question about him was, what was your feeling towards your son after that fight? And he says, I was mad. And I said, wow, I did not expect, but when he wanted to explain it, I totally got it. You know, and he's right about, you think about how many father-son combinations there've been. Let's take for boxing, the Mayweathers. Let's see, man. I'm trying to remember the other.
There's some, but you know, but it's not that many, and often they don't stay as close. Like he was saying, it's a credit to his son being more grown up. Often it's the immature, and not always, because there's immature fathers, you know, and but he credits Stephen for it, and there have been some for sure. But and whatever your family business is, whether it's fighting or law or, you know, agriculture or whatever, you know, that in and of itself is hard enough without adding danger and damage and fighting and stress. I mean, we did ask him, I think, before about Stephen walking in to get kicked in the head, and he actually seems to be at peace with that, despite the fact that that's his son, and that's, you know, that's heavy.
Let's see here.
You're watching these two guys just get ready to. Oh man, I'm so excited. Excuse me, I'm just going to grab another adult beverage. Everybody that's on, thank you so much for hanging with us. It really is like such a compliment that people want to watch fights with us. You know, it really is. And the questions are killer. Please keep sending them.
Absolutely. We will continue to be interactive with you guys. Let's see here. I'll read this question to you, Robin, since you're away. We'll go ahead and read it on up. The last question, he says, of course, which was in the question, what do you think Wonder Boy's next fight should be realistically? He said, I just found this page today. New fan from Nigeria. So shout out to
so cool.
Shout out to Nigeria themselves. That's right.
I've been making friends with a lot of people from Nigeria lately, and it seems
Africa's
to be
on the rise, man.
Yeah, well, it's that, but it's a strange coincidence because I've also become very aware of sort of like a police brutality element that's happening in Nigeria right at the time that I'm meeting a lot of people from Nigeria. But you're right. Africa's on the rise. I got to commentate in Senegal, which is in northwestern Africa. One of the great experiences of my life. Most people don't get to that continent and really kind of get immersed in how every part of the world is different. We get to meet and when you study martial arts, or for people who go to test different foods or do whatever, you get little tastes and bits and pieces of regions and people and backgrounds and cultures and religions or whatever. But Africa's one, when people get there, they're very lucky to get there. But you're right, there's a number of things on the rise right now. Look at this starting. Is everybody watching? Oh,
I'm way ahead of you.
You are?
I'm at almost 4 minutes, 5 seconds. So you're just getting started? Yeah. So I'm gonna pause at the exact 4 minute mark, and you tell me, and I'll unpause it when it gets to 4 minutes. I forgot I was gonna be way ahead of you.
Okay.
And so
now 4:15, 4:14.
Okay.
4:11, 4:10, 8, 6.
This is how we sync up, guys.
4,
3,
2,
1.
4 minutes on the dot.
There you go. All right. I just saw.
So people might be watching ahead of us. So don't hesitate. It's fun. Don't hesitate to send like spoilers to us.
But to go back to his question, so I know Wonder Boy is looking for a fight right now. I know he was coming off of a little bit of an injury that he had, helping Weidman get ready for his fight.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of people have been throwing up Kimchev, but
I want to see him fight Leon Edwards.
I did too, but Leon is now in the dance with him. So
yeah, you're right. Although Mike Perry just asked for him. Listen, Chimaev, when you're coming up, so I'm just watching these two, like testing, someone's going to explode. When you're coming up and you have a couple of big nights, we all freak out. People who have been in the game for a long time, know that doesn't necessarily, it's not like, oh my God, this is Wayne Gretzky.
Right.
You know, this is Michael Jordan. That's not necessarily the case. So I'd love to see him fight Edwards or Wonder Boy, but Mike Perry might be the best fight for him to either kill or be killed style, you know, first round knockout. But yeah, Chimaev will either take out another guy and then these guys are going, and then a top 10, or he won't. And I feel like this is not the real Chael P. Sonnen.
I don't think so.
I respect the game.
He's trolling that a troll would do. This is like fourth wall stuff, you know?
Yeah. By all means, feel free to mess with us because we're probably 40 seconds behind a lot of people here. But yeah, it's, you know, when somebody seems new and great,
these guys are throwing.
Man, I'm such a fan of both of them. But when I was talking with Henry, man, people are messing with us. When I was talking with Henry one time, he was talking about the pure freedom of fighting. And he got this look in his eyes and he was like, and I said, you know, and this feeling of freedom, he goes, yeah, man, feels like something real different, like not even really human. And I paused and I'm like, what do you mean? Like, describe that. And he stops. He goes, I don't know, man. I just don't feel like a person. I just feel like energy. And I'm like, wow, this guy's really connected to it.
Yes,
and you see it the way he fights. Like Henry Corrales is one of these guys. Ooh, he's looking good too. He's looking really good. He's one of these guys who people who don't watch a broad enough scope of fighting and don't know him are really missing out. He's special. Like he really, both are.
You know, and maybe let's see. I don't want to say I'm going to read too much into it, but let's think about this. Let's say, for example, you and I come from complete different backgrounds.
Yeah.
We've gone in complete different directions, but you and I can both relate to being incredibly hot and getting a very great sip of water, cool drink of water.
Yeah.
How that feels like it's breathing life back into you. This fighting has been around since there has been humans, before there was basketball, football, soccer, before there was anything. This is, as much as the cliche to say it, it's in our DNA. It is part of us. It is how we fed our families. It is how you conquered kingdoms and everything.
Yeah, how you continue to have the chance to mate and pass on your genetic code.
Exactly. You know, you're king of the hill by proving that you're the strongest, you're the best fighter. Then that's how you got to, you know, pass on to this next level.
Yeah, it's in you, but you know, it's in all of us to some degree, but then there's the element of sort of living it. And I think okay, somebody's like, no, like you can't mess with us that much. But there's the living it, right? Like our ancestors, the ones who were the warriors, you know, hundreds of years ago, and then you know our primate ancestors who sort of fought to kind of control the tribe or whatever, or like you know, our group or whatever. To that's even further back, but they lived it.
Right. So
it's a bit in all of us, and when we see this kind of fight, we connect to it. But for a lot of people, it hasn't been a part of their life. You could be 37 years old, live a very sedentary lifestyle, not do a lot physically. You don't have it in you the same, but we still connect to it. You know, when we see it, because it is genetic, but it's also trained.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that you were to see. Just like, you know, the feeling that just most humans, when they see a brand new newborn baby and they're like, oh, it kind of, you feel it. And this is kind of a completely different example, but it is yet the same.
100%. It's a great analogy. It's a really great analogy. You're right. You just kind of like that, or I know this is a long extension. Sorry, I'm going to plug in my computer one more time and I don't want to miss this. This is a long extension away from a baby, but even to a small degree, when you see a mini corn, like you got regular sized corn, you see a little mini corn, you're like, oh, isn't that cute? That's the same natural tendency of a grown person and a baby person. It's just a little extension of it. And I think maybe on some level, we're watching fighting right now. When we all kind of get attracted to a Twitter beef, maybe that's the baby corn of fighting.
Correct.
you know?
Because you see one person's got an argument, or maybe they said something dumb, and the other person has an argument, maybe they said something dumb, and you're just like, this Twitter beef is going back and forth. But now you get the real,
Yeah.
the rubber meets the road portion.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think Henry won round 1, but I didn't watch the first couple of minutes fully, timing and whatever. But mine's froze.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'm still going right now. It's
okay.
Both of these guys are really game. They're engaging, a lot of fakes, but when they enter, I mean,
yeah,
the punches.
They can feel the heat. Yeah, they feel it. What time are you at now?
3:40.
Okay, no, we're good. Mine just froze and then jumped. So, but yeah, you feel it. It's like they know what it is when you get in it. So it's find the advantage. It's weird whether they are thinking it consciously or not, but the vibe that the coach wants, and Henry just did it. What the coach ideally wants is land first and land last. So you're going in, we're going to hit first. Something else is going to happen. We're going to be loose and mobile and as defensive as we can while being offensive. But we're going to also land last on the exit. At some point, we both pull away, and then we land. Yeah. This is so now Girtz drives in on the hips, which is smart. And he got the leg, and then he landed one. Girtz will land him right here. Totally legal. I hope nobody judges anybody who does that. Did I get mine plugged in? Yes, I did. Okay, there we go. If I'm throwing it at Mao's head and he turns slightly and we land here, if we're face to face, that is a legal shot. Yeah.
It's just like I think someone actually asked last time, if I have my hands up in front of me and you hit my hands, I poke myself in the eye. Well, too bad.
Yeah, that's right. So we're always, that's a really great question. It's a really great question that allows a broader answer. Everyone is always trying to set up multiple things. So when we watch something on commentary, we may hear there's only one. I can only say one sentence at a time. There's two people, whether we're in this setting or in a live formal commentary setting. We can only say one thing at a time. So we'll say, he's setting up the whatever. Every good fighter is setting up multiple things at all times.
Correct.
So we're throwing a low kick. Maybe that'll work out to a thing. I'm stepping through. Maybe that'll set up something else. Like you're always putting as many chess pieces in play that set up future chess moves, always, at all times.
And also, not only that, but you're also dynamically updating. When I did this, what did they do? So you're taking in information and you're reading and adjusting the entire time.
I'm going to send you a link to something if I can. Actually, let's see how this goes, and then when this ends, I'm going to ask you to find something see. Are you able to scan while we're here, or can you only take a photo of something? Like, can you scan a Wikipedia page in our information? You can? Yes. Okay. Yeah. I want to look up something. It's going to connect to what Greg Jackson introduced me to the idea, Coach Greg Jackson, and it's going to connect to what we're saying. But, and you may be aware of it because it's military theory, but it goes way back further. But if you go to the Wikipedia page for OODA loop, OODA loop, we'll touch on that, which will give us a little insight into the actual mechanics of what's happening while we're doing it. But we'll wait till this fight's done because it's badass.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So let's keep it there and then see if we can scan it, and we'll read it along with the audience. We got 250 people hanging out with us, and I think they're going to find this really interesting, but I don't think more interesting than this fight, although mine's frozen now, so hopefully.
We're into end of round, so we're good to go.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know why this would be that I'm frozen, but
I know you are watching on DAZN, but on CBS Sports Network, there's definitely been a heavily investment by an Irishman selling whiskey. So.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's been the first commercial every time.
I didn't know Irish guys sell whiskey.
Oh yeah, you didn't hear? There's There's a guy out there. He's selling whiskey. He looks familiar.
So let's keep that OODA loop ready,
Mm-hmm.
but we'll do it after this fight. There'll be a little bit of time in between. I'm trying to get to live here. So you've got a whiskey guy. Is he actually on it, or is just his whiskey?
No, that would be the man who would be king in a chair, of course, and with said whiskey.
I'm 12 and I'm going to start MMA, but I'm worried that long term I'm starting too late. Nope, 12, you're good. Are you at 449?
I am just starting, so I'm just starting at 5:58, 57.
So now I'm at 440.
Now you're a little bit ahead. Yeah.
So
if you pause for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, hold on.
Gosh, the start of this third round.
Okay. What are you at?
445. 43, 42, 41, 40. Okay. But this third round is not going to last. Holy smokes.
So DG former at 12, you start now. At 12, you can start almost any professional sport if you work really hard or art form, but MMA is young enough that you can certainly be, at a very, very high level athlete at 16, which is a long time for you, and then add all kinds of stuff. So yes,
and one of the things,
if you like it, only do things that you're passionate about. Yes. You're not going to become great at anything that you don't love. You're going to become great at things that give you intrinsic joy. That's the only shit you're going to work hard at. You won't work hard at things that, wouldn't it be great if I was great at it in 10 years of hard work? You won't do the hard work. Do it if you love it.
And one of the things that I would say to him is that when teaching kids of this age, your body's still changing. You're still growing. So it is a bit of a challenge to learn the things about reach and distance control when your legs are still growing, and where what worked 3 months ago all of a sudden is different because your body's changed.
Well, good point. But it's also one of the values of learning young is now you get comfortable with change. Change is important. You're going to change a lot from 12 to 20, and now you'll have to learn different. It's a really good point, though. You're understanding not just of what your range of what you can do, but even your awareness of your limbs and stuff, your own proprioception, where you are in space. It's an interesting. I'm gonna do a little sort of looking into. Maybe there's a value in learning and adapting, and that teenage years of kind of relearning your own body.
Right. I mean, because it is a reevaluation, and sometimes where it seems like teenagers shoot up, 3-4 inches in one night, like over the summer, your body sometimes is growing so fast that I used to say that when kids would come in, they're all suddenly awkward and like, well, that's because you're growing. Your body is unstable right now. Really, it is. It's really changing so much. It's unstable. Let's see.
Pixel both. Mallory and I came up on Taekwondo. I was WTF. Mal, you were WTF?
No, just I was traditional, not necessarily traditional, but my instructor said I was called Changdaquan Taekwondo. So it wasn't in the ITF or WKF vein.
Very cool. Very cool.
Let's see here. How do you feel about the traditional old school ITF? If you're looking all over ESPN channels, can't watch it live. Man, it's and one thing, by the way, I got give a tip of the hat to Dennis Hutch. He should be wrestling bears by 14 at the earliest, though. There's a very few people that are wrestling bears, and you see where it got that young man. So
and wrestling bears is not going to be accepted, in civilization very well in a lot of the world in 2020. Well, 2020 is a weird year, but in 2021, presumably people won't. So wrestling bears is probably going to be off the table. But Girtz,
I was just looking at that.
Yeah, Corrales looks fantastic. He really does, and he's just a great fighter. Really cool and interesting. Oh, he's drawing. His targets move, but he puts his weapons back in range, right? And he's a great fighter. A really interesting guy too. He's one of these guys that will tell you their life story of really, really rough upbringing, really tough territory, and fighting. Got him and his family out of that, and that is it's a beautiful thing
to be able to do something for your. It elevates your entire family.
But yeah, and your life and the way you see the world, and calms you down and gives you purpose. You know, it's making money. Being a miner or a fighter or whatever, that you're working with your body to make money for your family, that in and of itself is a wonderful thing. But then fighting and training and pushing yourself and overcoming obstacles also makes you a better person.
Yes.
And Henry is one of these guys. You know, he really look at these guys. Last 15 seconds. Look at this nonsense.
Oh man. I all of a sudden I just hear reminiscence of the old Punch-Out game in the arcades.
Yeah.
Left.
Yeah. Just button
mashing to its finest.
Yeah. That was a really great fight. Just what you thought. I never thought they would do 15 minutes.
Yeah. Those 15 hard minutes.
Such a fan of Henry. Such a fan of both. So how do you get used to fighting at a high pace? Comfort helps everything. The more comfortable you are, the less it burns, the less work it is, etc. But so that's a big one. But also doing what you love. You know, wrestling when you're uncomfortable wrestling, or slowing it down, or taking a strategy that's less familiar to you makes it harder. But you just you live it. You know, you live it. And often it'll be a 16-year-old who's like, how do I get to be as fit in this environment as that guy? And they'll point to a 28-year-old. Right. And the answer is trust the process and you will be that. You know?
And one other thing also to remember and definitely to acknowledge is that a lot of people say, well, grind it out, fight tired, or keep going. If you're getting to the point where you're fighting and your techniques are sloppy and you're not hitting things the way you should, it's time to stop and give your body a rest, because you're not doing yourself a favor. You're not trying to unlearn how to throw the punch properly, the kick properly, because your body is fatigued. The human body has its limits. There's a time to train hard and there's a time to rest and rebuild back up and then come back again. As much as you want to just run, hit the wall, you're doing yourself a disservice and could get hurt.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're in there and you're just trying to push for that last round. If it stopped working, stop. You know, bag it in. Next day's work.
True. There are people who work exhausted and train exhausted and spar exhausted, and there's some value in that.
Yes.
On the nights that we're both burnt and you're more used to it. But that's not a high priority thing, because what if we don't get there?
Yeah.
If I spend so much time being so capable when I'm tired, but I'm not skilled enough to get us both tired, you know? So it's a low priority thing, being capable of performing at a high level with your body in a hypoxic state. Hypoxia is that like real burning, uncomfortable, we're both dead tired. There's no point burning myself to that point and then training all the time, but sometimes you have to do it. Right. The Jorge Masvidals of the world, the real high level guys, they'll talk about, I need to master it when I'm on, when I'm fresh, when I'm a bit tired, and then at the end of the day, I'll also do it exhausted.
Right.
I'll also do it mentally tired, and they'll give it 10 or 15 minutes of work when they're tired, and that's it. You know, they won't live their whole life exhausted.
They'll push in that tired state. They'll push in that somewhat exhausted state. When your lungs are burning, you need the oxygen. And I mean, because I can understand that. That makes sense. That's the championship rounds. Things are good, and you got to go with your best shot. You know, you got to go with what's best for right now. So I can understand simulating that.
Sometimes, and later, you know, that's not the key stuff in your first 8 fights, because your first 8 fights, for a lot of people, don't get to the second and third round. You know,
that's true.
2 young fighters come out all lit up, throwing everything at the most intense they have, and then fading. It's, you know, being capable of fighting hard in a 5th round is something you do in the 10th year of training. You know, or the 6th year of training, unless you're somebody so special that you're fighting for titles at 22 years old, and there are such people.
Yeah, that is true. It does come up as rare. Let's see who's going to get the nod. And there you go.
Henry, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
This will be interesting. Let's see if you can answer this question, Robin. The question is, who's the funniest fighter you've ever met?
I think Forrest Griffin, actually, and not everybody will agree. Like some people don't like his humor. They don't like sort of the way he is, but he's just really clever. And when he's on, there's others though. Nick Newell's actually really funny. He's got a weird, dry, low key, dry humor. But yeah, there's.
For me, I'd say Michael Page.
Yeah,
Mike he's a funny guy. He's a really genuine, down to earth guy, and when he's just, you know, when he's hilarious. And I agree with the comment. Rampage was hilarious. I've always thought Rampage is a guy I would just love to just sit and just listen to him to talk, you know, tell stories and everything.
I try not to, like, you know, humility is really important, and most people don't give a shit about our little victories anyways, but there's rare little times when I'm doing my job where I'm just like, this is so cool. Like
you think to yourself in the moment.
And like sometimes I'll even like turn to who's ever, that was so cool. So on the same night in LA, when for a Bellator show, Rampage Jackson walked by like 40 people, all sitting down, and walked over, and I never met him, and thrust his hand out. And it's like, Robin Black is really wanting to meet you. I really like your work. And
you're like,
you're Rampage Jackson. Yeah. So, but check this out, and this is dead true. So he leaves, and I'm like, that was so fucking cool. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, you know, really excited. Fights are happening. I'm doing my instant analysis. I'm living my best life. And then Nick Diaz walks over. Same kind of thing. Just walks by everybody and goes, hey, I'm Nick. I really wanted to meet you. And I'm like, what the this is all absurd. Like, this, but Rampage was so. And then the best part about it, and then one of their guys fought, and Nate, Nick's brother, who I know a little bit, his wife was sitting next to me watching the fight, asking my advice, and he kind of looked over and was like, you know, our girlfriend or whoever he was dating, and he's like, she's sitting there with, no, I think Robin Black knows well enough not to fuck with me, and plus he's okay. So, and when literally, this is, I'm sorry, I'm now freaking out, but so Nate Diaz will walk by, and when he walks by and he looks at the room and he sees there's somebody he half respects, he'll literally do this. But when he does, you're like, oh shit!
Oh, I got the nod.
Nate Diaz gave me the nod. Like this shows my level of stupidity. But I mean, I'm still a fan too, right? Like,
right.
Like, why are we doing this? We're doing this because we love it, right? But so on the punchline of the night is later. I watch Rampage crush like 10 Modelos, just sitting there, and then Czech Congo. Versus Ryan Bader ends up being a disqualification. And then Rampage Jackson, and I hear him say it because he's not far away, goes, I better light this up. And he puts down his last beer and he walks in and he starts pushing Ryan Bader. Because in Rampage's mind, yes, the fights are important, but also there's a show going on. And if this is all going to end on a down note, I got to create
You got to bring, right.
Yeah, now he had a couple of too many beers, and it probably wasn't the best idea, but he really did end up creating something. And it's weird to try to explain because it comes natural to him. It isn't him trying to intentionally create bullshit. He just can't help but do it, but he also recognizes it's important, you know? So, yeah, it was a really neat one.
No one had ever really heard of Wolf Tickets until I heard it a long time ago. Yeah. Interesting story from a friend of mine. This guy,
you had heard that?
Wolf Tickets. I've heard Wolf.
I never had either. Yeah.
Years before. I had a friend of mine who also grew up in the martial arts, and he actually was a Marine, went over to Iraq and Afghanistan and fought, and came back, and he settled in LA. We were asking, making sure he was okay once he came back and everything. And we get this text message from him like the next night. It was after a UFC event, and we knew it was in Vegas. And I think he went. I don't think he went to the fight, but he was in. It's definitely gangster. He was in the area, and he sent us a text. He sent it in the middle of the night for us because 3 hours difference. He says, "I almost died last night. What are you talking about? What's going on?" And he says, "Oh man, so I'm at this club and I'm hanging out, and I probably had a little too much to drink, and there's this beautiful girl there, and I start dancing with her, and she's pushing me away." He says, "You know me, I'm gonna try to dance with her." So he tries to dance with her again, and she's, "My boyfriend's here. I don't I don't want you, pushing up on me. And he says, yeah, oh yeah,
this is coming up.
This is coming up. This is time to get excited. And so she goes against her boyfriend, and who turns out to be Nick Diaz. They said, "What's up? Do we have a problem here?" And he says, "On the one hand, I'm scared to death, but on the other hand, I'm like, that's Nick Diaz.
I know.
So cool and everything." So,
I know. It's true. I don't want to get beat up.
I don't want to get beat up,
but I really think it's neat that Nick Diaz would consider beating me up, but hopefully he won't. Actually,
well, hopefully he won't. Well, he managed to escape unscathed, and he told us that. I was like, that. You know what? You should have let him beat you up. That would have been better into that story, Mike.
No, it wouldn't have, because that's great if he just choked you out. Like if Nick Diaz just sort of choked you out, and hopefully you didn't wet your pants, and then after everyone's like, "Yo, bro, Nick Diaz choked you out." That's great. But if Nick Diaz happened to like give you brain damage or damage your organs or something's bad, what tips do you guys have for recovering in between rounds? So again. This is different, interesting, really cool questions have popped up during the night. And the best answer is always tips aren't the answer. Long-term developmental improvements are the answer. So working on your ability to recover, often, there's a number of ways to do it, but sprinting uphill, and then sprinting uphill, sprinting uphill, recovering helps with that. But having said that, I'll tell you this: when you've done rounds, when you were like competing in taekwondo and karate and kickboxing, did you ever like have the ice hit you? Because oh God, it feels so good. It's like it's indescribable. I'm shocked it isn't. Oh my God, I'm shocked it isn't something that. That we talk about extensively. And whenever I ask a fighter, you see it in the face, like, oh man, that feels so good. Like you're so hot and your heart rate is so high and the intensity is so high. And then change. And then the temperature, and sometimes they'll put it on your chest, but that temperature change, just like, it's like a slap. Like it's incredible. It's absolutely like the feeling is so good. It was almost worth the round to get that feeling.
Oh, so instead of thinking about the chair and recovering, you're thinking about that ice. Let's get there. That ice is going to be there for me.
That ice is something that doesn't get talked about a lot, but it makes such a big difference. Like you completely, not just in lowering your temperature, but in like getting you back. Whatever was going on, your coach puts ice on, then you hear their voice. The process itself is really, really like centering. It really is.
To also go back to that question about recovering between rounds, one of the things, and coming from a really traditional martial arts background, is that breath control. Your body wants to just suck in oxygen, and you deep breath in and let it all out. And you can actually measure this now that we have heart monitors. You can see where your heart rate is, and the idea is to get your heart rate to a certain level. When you're exhausted, your heart's beating, boom, 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 and you take that deep breath and you settle in. And that's what everybody's doing on the stool to get that heart rate lowered to a specific point. That's slowing things down. If you think about a minute to recover, breath in and everything. And one of the things that I found so hard to do it with, let's say you went out there and I kicked an elbow and man, my foot hurts really bad. But now I've got to try to breathe in and try to will this pain away. And that, that helped when it was a little bit of time between fights. I got to go out there again. Okay, I know my foot hurts really bad, but I've got to take control of my body and do this.
Yep. And some people have different, exercises, things they've trained and stuff, where you've worked on particular thought processes, and breathing's a big one. Like you said, when you come back, some people just deep breaths. Others will have 6 breaths in, a 6 breath hold, and a 6 breath exhale. There's a lot of these sort of processes that are used, but for the most part, it is, the time, the cold, the voice, the break, the heart rate lowering, and, the tip to make it better. So back to the original question, the tip to make it better, there is no real tip.
Right.
All of those things become, how can you get better at the whole process? We said no knocking fighters. Somebody's like, I love pro wrestling, but I don't like Jake Hager. Jake Hager if people didn't see it earlier, fought his fucking heart out, was pushed to the limit, got his face broken up, and still pushed through it until he won it. That's every single real fighter in the world watches that fight tonight, and Jake Hager just joins the club. For every legitimate high-level fighter in the world, Jake Hager joined that club tonight. For every, person who just wants to say that, he didn't. But for real fighters, real warriors, real people that understand what it is, Jake Hager he's welcome in the club now.
And that was progress made right then and there. It's a step up. It's rare in the moments that you see when you actually evolve in front. You could see different colors of belts and victories and everything, but that is a step of evolution that you watch the process of happening. Yeah,
it's changing you as a human, and that's the human fights. Leg kicks don't fight. Range management doesn't fight. Takedown defense doesn't fight. Humans fight, and it changes you as a human. So Diaz versus Masvidal was the over 30 men's. Hey man, how and why people run television is a tricky thing to try to figure out. But it doesn't matter. We're trying to entertain you, right? You can hang out with us. You can shoot the shit. You can leave a question or a comment or a thought. We may not have the answer, but maybe we got someone in our phone who can answer it.
This is true.
So this guy's name is Austin Vanderford. He's fighting very, very soon. Some people, now he's a really great fighter and a really cool dude. Some people know his wife, who's more famous, although he's a badass. Paige Van Zandt is his wife. But Austin is fighting on one of the fights in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and he is a really killer fighter.
I'm very curious to see how she does in bare knuckle boxing. I haven't heard of her first match being booked yet, but I'm curious about the transition from an MMA world to boxing only, and also obviously the bare knuckle is there and it catches your attention. A punch is a punch is a punch is a punch, whether you don't have hand wraps or gloves on it, or 4-inch gloves or whatever. But still, it's hard. Like the logo for this guy, I got a little Luke Cage action going on.
Yeah.
Why?
I like the question. So I think it was our very first.
Yes, our very first.
So
first
CM Punk
show
came on, and because we respect him, I respected him. Really seriously after he lost this first fight. And then took another one because I had the same experience. I lost my first 2 pro fights before I went on and won 4 of my next 7. But it's really hard to take. Anybody can take the first fight. Yeah. Because in your mind, you're going to do great. You're going to land the spinning kick. It's all going to be perfect. The second fight is really hard. You've experienced the ridicule. You've experienced the judgment. You've experienced the loss and the failure and all that. And when he fought that second fight, 98, 99% of the people who make fun of him would never have done what he did. And again, it's another one of those, just like Jake Hager. And although the fact that they both came up in pro wrestling is irrelevant to this conversation. However they came up, going in and doing it and taking your lumps and fighting hard anyways earns you the respect of real fighters. And most, I shouldn't say most because I don't know how they think, how everyone thinks, but if you take 100 pro fighters, 60 or 70 of them will say, no, I get it. He did it. If they watch Punk's fights, they'll say, hey man, when he had that second fight and he kept fighting, they'll respect it. The average person, whether they do or not, should be irrelevant to him. The wolf isn't supposed to give a shit about what the sheep thinks, right? The thought, there's a million ways to put it, but the thoughts of the sheep shouldn't keep the wolf up at night. Right.
Also, you think about it, we're in an age today where everyone could, with the age of any social media device, you can say, look at insert person's name here. They did something or they didn't. And the thing is that the people that are out there taking the risk, putting in the training, putting in the work, they're investing the time. And CM Punk is still training today. He saw something that he wanted to be better at, and he's working towards it. So in a sense, going back to your analogy with you training with the female boxer, where the guys that are around saying, man, you know what? That couldn't be me, man. She's working them over there. However, you're learning something during this time, every punch, every body shot, you're getting more training than someone who's standing around and pointing and saying, "Ha ha, look at this." Than they're getting. So,
do you want to learn, or do you want to stand on the outside, like making fun of people who try to learn? Because the process of learning is the process of gaining experience. The process of gaining experience is taking risks. So you can either take the risk and benefit, either through success or failure, or you can stay on the outside and try to make yourself feel better about the fact that you don't do anything and are living a life as an observer, by mocking those that do. And that's not healthy. And I don't mean it in a judgmental way. I mean it in a hopefully, a way to encourage people to not do that. Sitting on the sidelines, trying to convince yourself that the people in the game are doing it wrong is really, really, really harmful. It doesn't make life better. It makes life worse. But hopefully if a couple people sort of navigate that and kind of see that and shift it slightly, then that's worthwhile,
I'd like to dive into this. This is also for a D gamer. I've heard that the crowd can make a fighter tired and weigh them down prematurely. Is that nervous energy from before the adrenaline didn't cover, or a fighter being distracted by the crowd's chants? So I'd answer this in one of two different ways. So some people get fueled by the crowd. Other people, it's just background noise. Look at the difference between Tony and Justin fighting. I love that fight because look at what it was, and yet it was silent, and it was like you were there at ringside listening and watching everything. But on the other hand, we know how loud that place would have been if there were 10,000, 20,000 people jammed in there. It depends on what feeds you. If the roar of the crowd feeds you, then two guys fighting with only their corners and the referee and whatever state athletic commission around them should equal a boring fight, but yet it didn't.
Yeah, in a perfect world, neither one should be necessary, because if we go out and it was really interesting. You asked about David Mullins the other day. I did a psychology of combat with him, and we were talking about it, and we were like, having no crowd, if we the coach tell our fighter, this is better for you, man, you're going to perform even better because there's no distractions, this is going to be great. Now when there is a crowd, we've taught him that, well, maybe this won't be as good. We're supposed to teach him, if we can, that either one is irrelevant. Neither one, we can benefit from either if we are in our best performance state. Olivier, he's got Luke Cage, which, I mean, coming up, Power Man and Iron Fist, like that buddy. Combo. Do fighters consult sports psychologists? Yes, and we've had a few. We had tonight on the undercard, we had Dr. David Klonsky, who is a professor of psychology, but he has acted in a sports psychology capacity for fighters and training partners. And then David Mullins, who has been on a couple of times as well. Oh yeah, we were going to ask him on today. Today's his birthday. Today's David Mullins' birthday. But he works with a lot. UFC champions, Bellator champions, like kickboxing champions. Yeah. At this point, you have to do it. You have to train your psychology one way or the other, because your opponent is. And if he is and you aren't, you're in trouble. One thing I do regret when we're meeting GSP is not talking comics with him, because I know he's a huge fan, and the crew, they reminded me of it. Like, I'm glad you didn't nerd out and ask him, like, the guy played Dr. Lieber. Come on, I know he's. I wish I'd have. Next time. We're gonna field this question after, because it's super good. It's super great question, and we're gonna look at that OODA loop. Yes. But right now, I was gonna say, let me know when actually before or after. I actually saw a nice graphic of this, which illustrates that. I can put that up whenever. Throw it up right now. Let's take a quick look at it. This is the pro. So Mousasi's walking out. This is the dream catcher. I just love that name. It's so wrong. So OODA loop. Let me see if I can raise this. So I think I can make this a little bit larger for you. So Observe, yeah, there we go. Observe, orient, decide, act. It is a constant feedback loop of observing, taking the information from observing and using that to orient ourselves, to make a decision based on, as each one is coming in, we're continuing to observe, we're continuing to orient as we're deciding and taking action. As we continue this loop over and over again, feeding it to improve our orientation, our decision, and our action as we observe. We're improving our observation, improving orientation, improving our deciding, and improving our action. And this OODA loop is, it's used in military, it's used in training, any type of combat situation. The brain of a trained fighter is doing this. You know, this is exactly what the brain of a trained fighter is doing. And we'll look at it more. We'll play with it more another day, because we got the fight on right now. So, or maybe we'll even like play around with it after. Maybe we can take a look at what these guys have done and see if it
measures up to this.
See how. But it's Greg Jackson kind of introduced me to it.
That is an interesting, because in a way this is well, as a loop. And I'm coming at it from a programming point of view. Loop is you do something until something happens. This, you're actually increasing, because with your observation, you're going to change your orientation. You're going to change your decision making. It's going to change your action.
And we'll talk about this many times on here. But our opponent is also in the process of an OODA loop as well.
Yes.
So as our action affects his observation, which changes his orientation. So it is not a single OODA loop. It is two interacting OODA loops. It's super, super interesting.
Keep the circle moving. That's true.
Yeah. But we will definitely play around with that more in the future. But here we are, man. It's God.
Well, this is interesting. Also, these two men have common opponents. So I thought I saw something about here.
Rory.
Yeah. MMA math, which is very interesting because it does not work. MMA math is it is illogical, but yet it is one thing we look at it. If this guy beat this guy, but this guy beat this guy, then by virtue, this guy should beat this guy. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. If compared to your favorite football, basketball, baseball team, if the Chicago Bears beat the Detroit Lions, therefore the what team can beat this other, it doesn't always work out. Like, it doesn't work out mathematically. You can't chart it.
And some people try to extrapolate it even further. He took 10 rounds to finally defeat Rory. He beat him up in a minute. He should be able to destroy this guy. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Every fight is a unique experience with unique dynamics. So, and A beats B, who B beats C, C beats A. That happens often.
Exactly.
Yeah, it happens often. Again, there's our loop. Benjamin Paul Sanchez says, "Hey, commentate the hell out of the fight. Who the fuck is even fighting? Look, it's Mousasi versus Lima. This is one of the great. We've been waiting for this. Oh man, it froze. We've been waiting for this, and no, my
your DAZN froze.
Yeah, my DAZN froze.
All right.
Okay. What do you got? Oh, it's frozen again.
I'm at 440, 39.
They're fighting.
Yeah, they're fighting.
Oh my God. Okay, tell me what's happening.
All right, so right now, a good feel in that process. Looks like Mousasi he's pressuring Lima back to the fence. Lima's taking a couple, steps back, just looking, observing, a couple of leg kicks, very quick leg kick. But again, Mousasi and there's an entry for a takedown. He's got him wrapped up. He's got his hands connected. I could see that. Lima staying calm on the fence. He's straddling out.
Good.
Mousasi lifts him up. Doesn't complete the takedown. He's down on one knee right now.
So hopefully I've got this.
All right.
Okay, I'm at 350 now.
I'm at 4 minutes exactly.
Okay.
So you jumped ahead about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
MMA algebra is another good way. Yes, that is true.
Yeah. Okay, I'm at 341.
All right.
So I'm a bit ahead.
In the clinch? Rather, Mousasi.
So Gegard's now on the back. He's riding the leg.
Yes.
Gegard's doing very well, and he does pull him down at 330. And Lima.
He tried to take his back.
So I'm at 323. They are down, and Lima's got one arm controlled, and he's staying super calm, which is really important. But Gegard has his left leg
Yep.
laced through and his left foot attached to the bottom. And that's really hard to get rid of.
And as you would be reminded every fight, it's early in the round, guys aren't sweaty, yada yada yada, stick to each other, etc., etc.
Yeah, and physically like intense, and yeah, there's a lot of variables that kind of will keep this position. Gegard slips his arm through and gives him one punch to at least say, "Hey, listen, I'm punching," But Gegard is being super patient. It's very smart.
As I mentioned earlier, I think earlier today during our noon kind of preview show, both guys were relentlessly calm, almost an inhuman Zen-like calmness, both of them. So I think this is going to be interesting. Who? I mean, because sometimes there's internal panic going on. Who's going to?
So Lima gets up. No panic from either guy. Gegard's controlling, his right hand is through and controlling the right wrist, like a motorcycle grip. Now he's got his own wrist. So he's going to keep working here. So Lima's up now. 3 minutes in, Lima has, taken some, that was really good work from Gegard. And Lima has him in his guard. Gegard in Lima's guard.
All right. I saw the mini, and I know you hate this word, the mini scramble, and back.
So Lima or Gegard is squashing. He's going to squash with his thighs to squeeze in, and Lima wants to kick up. Gegard's doing a really, really good job. Gegard is really.
I had never noticed that before, but in that position right there, you just about eliminate the up kick.
Yeah, almost. Especially when the hips are behind.
Yes.
So the hips of the man on the bottom are behind, so it's really hard to kick up. Now Gegard settles in. Lima's playing double wrist control, which is old school. So Togo is like, Lima, easy money. It's like, well, that could be so.
That's true.
But currently, Lima's.
Did you bet Togo? Did you bet? Did you put the whole house on it?
So I'm at 55 seconds. What are you at?
58.
Okay. So this is a hard minute for Lima. Yeah. Really hard minute. You want to control the body. So when Gegard comes up and hammers from the top, he's going to elbow over the top. He just did. When he comes up there, he's got a lot of leverage to be able to do it. And Lima's trying to control the hands and the head. You have to control the whole body. You have to. Otherwise, you're taking punishment here. And he is. Gegard probably cut him. Gegard controlled a wrist and then swings across. When you control the wrist becomes leverage to be and control to be able to slice.
And those are
Togo is doubling down. Yeah.
I like it. I like it, Togo. You'd be a fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah, I like Togo too. Yeah. He's like, this is how, and then Gegard just marches away. Lima's up, but Lima's, that wasn't easy. He's got a good poker face, and he's kind of, hey, I'm in this, and he is. He knows he is. He's been in worse situations, but it's not easy for sure.
Man, I really feel like buying whiskey from what the TV's telling me. It keeps.
Are they doing that again?
First commercial.
Is it Conor McGregor with that
first commercial? No, sitting at a bar, nice tailored suit, and pouring a glass full. So, man, we are entering into the second round. I would definitively say that Gegard won the first.
Yeah. I wouldn't see that as a 10-8 round. Yeah. He hit him, he hurt him, he controlled him, but you got to really,
dominating.
No, there wouldn't be a lot of what? Okay. Oh, I'm seeing replays.
I'm still in commercials. Okay. So now, I just got to replays. So I thought I saw a headbutt.
Yeah, he headbutted the sternum, which is not entirely illegal. It's just really weird.
Oh, I didn't think. From that angle, it looked like it was up top of the sternum. All right, we are back in. I'm at 56.
Okay, mine's stopped again.
Oh,
I'm not thrilled about it.
MMA videos, I love their icon. Was $10, now $9.99. That is a great little icon right there.
Wow. Okay, I'm back.
You're back. I'm at 4:30 exactly.
Yeah, I'm about 4:26. So.
All right, that'll work.
Oh, Lima's firing though. No, I'm a bit ahead. I think for. Yeah. This is a great question. We will. Oh, not that one. We will definitely come to it. Hey, Joe Juke Mink.
It's one of the things that I'm noticing here that there's a lack of feints here for both guys.
There's a certain feints are really hot right now, and everybody's sort of looking at them. Mm-hmm. But at a point where these two guys are the level they're at, it's almost like we don't need to. We can feint so much that we don't need to feint at all. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like because they both, as soon as one of them starts playing that game, the other one may. But at this point, we don't need to. We show nothing when we punch, and they've fallen into this kind of, give nothing away until you're real, until you mean it.
By the way, the odds makers had Gregor as the favorite.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
I was surprised to see that.
Yeah. So Lima just exploded into a left hook low kick, and it's almost like he just sort of, and then Hager throws a left hook straight right. It's almost like you'll see it. I think I'm actually about 15 seconds ahead of you now.
Let's see here. It's
almost like Lima suddenly was like, wait a second, I'm in a fight. Which is often something that he needs. He seems to need. So Darlene Hager just proved himself to every fighter in the world that he's in the club now. When your face is all smashed up and you're fighting in the last minutes as hard as you can, and you've been hurt real bad in the second round, and you come back and you win the third, he's in the club now. And every fighter in the world who watched that fight will be like, "Yep, oh yeah, Lima's throwing some punches and some low kicks now." So Hager won round one, but with 2 minutes to go, Lima is a little touch out front of round two.
Finding a little bit more rhythm, or maybe it's comfort, or whatever the case is. Yeah,
commitment.
Good combinations, or maybe you're realizing hey, look, I got to fight. It could be it could be any of that.
Yeah, for sure. And then Hager shoots in full commitment to the body, hands connected behind the butt, with Lima low arm, and then kind of a hooked left arm. So Lima's in a stalemate position here. Yeah, that's the one now. So I'm a little bit ahead of you. Lima's in a stalemate position here, and I'm 1 minute and 10, and he's kind of taken it away from Hager. So in round one, yeah.
I was gonna say, if you're describing this, just to elaborate on your stalemate position, what's your whole overall try? Are you trying to make the ref stop you at this point, or are you not expending energy because there's no real threat, or you're stopping him from advancing his position?
So if I'm Douglas, I probably won. I think I won the round. I don't want to go down, but I want to also potentially have every other option available. Open him up to hurt him, take him down. It's probably not a priority, but at least the option has to be there.
Right.
Win these positions or stalemate these positions. All those things are possible. Ideally, you don't have only one goal in wrestling, and we narrate it like they do. He's trying for a takedown. He stopped the takedown, but it's rarely that simple. Right. It usually, in wrestling, in pure wrestling, nobody wants to defend a takedown.
Right.
They want to improve their position and win the position. So I'm at the round over. I'm going to use the men's room.
All right.
You take questions if you can. I shall be back.
Oh, you guys are in trouble now. Oh boy. So as Robin very wisely takes off his headset before he goes to the washroom, we are around the end of round two for myself, and probably us if you're not streaming. So let's see here. Actually, what do you guys think? What do you have it at? I think I got it even right now, one apiece at the end of round 2. We are blessed. This is good. This is a 5-round fight. So we won't have to rush. We won't have to see the end of anything right now. We got 5 rounds to work this out. It looks like both guys are content to go ahead and go the entire 5 rounds. So let's see here. I'm going to put you up, Darlene said. I think Hager was beaten. Didn't expect that from a country boy. You know, I'll give you that. I like Clayton. I think he gave Hager much more of a fight than he expected. He was, especially when he was dodging those punches coming in, for a big guy that's a former football player. If I looked up right, he was a lineman. We'll just erase the fact that he did play for Pittsburgh, but that's another story. But he was able to see those punches coming. They were looping punches, and he's able to counter, and he did hurt him. He had Hager not knowing exactly where he was at the end of round 2. So let's see. Lima needs leg kicks. I'd agree. I think you might want to dial that up a little bit. We'll see how they handle it at the beginning of round 3. Point the camera to the fight. We want to see it. That would probably be good, but I'm probably getting a little bit to a lot of trouble with CBS Sports and everything. But you got to either get to Zone or CBS. Is MMA judging worse? You know what, Oliver? So I think that everyone is looking for something different in terms of MMA judging. Just like Robin said right before the end of that round, just because I go for a takedown and the other fighter stops the takedown, which one do you grade more? Do you give him more because he stopped the takedown, or do you give me more because I completed the takedown? It's, I think everybody's looking at everything. There's such a very rule set. Obviously, if you're getting smashed up against the cage or on your feet, then that's a whole nother different story. But it's just like if you're throwing a bunch of leg kicks and the person checks them, who do you give more credit to? The person who's throwing the kicks, the person who's checking them. Lima's getting himself pushed up against the cage. There's a great leg kick by Hager, and then he goes high. This is definitely going to be interesting to see because he's got his back right up against the cage right now. And if he does decide to try to get a takedown, he's got a good entry. Or at least it looks that way. Maybe we're both being set up by Douglas Lima. Let's see here. The second round, Hager will come out tired already. Well, I don't know. Looks like Hager is putting he's definitely walking Lima down just a little bit of fakes there before he throws the kick. Lima counters back with a kick of his own. And Lima's looking for that left-hand hook. Hager's got that well scouted, not to put his chin in the danger area. All right, looks like we're back with black. Let's see here. Give me a sound check, or you may have to let me see. Let me hear you again.
2, 1, 2, 1.
Yeah, we got you in as Voltron. You might even have to exit and come back. Got the sound distortion. So Robin's gonna exit and he's gonna come right back. Still a little bit odd, but let's see. I'll wait till he gets back. We got 2 minutes while we're into round 3. And going to let Robin get reset before we keep things going here. Right now, I would say this round is leaning a little bit towards Hager just because it looks like he's pushing. There we go. That sounds like the back. All right.
That's back. Sweet.
My observation, I'd be leaning this round so far to Hager. Just because there's a lot of counter kicking going on by Lima. Hager seems to be leading the dance, and he's he's moderately successful with the strikes, a lot of mixing it up, a lot of good leg kicks, a lot of good strikes.
Yeah, so think of that. Hager takes you down and kind of controls the first round, does damage. You win the second, and then he beats you at the game you're doing well at in the third. It's going to be very mentally difficult.
Yes. When you're getting beat at what you're thinking you should excel at, that takes a little bit of wind out of your sails.
Yeah.
One of the questions that actually came up was for MMA judging, and I gave the idea that, okay, just as you said before, if I go for a takedown, you and I are fighting, I go for a takedown,
Yep.
you stuff the takedown, what do you score more? Do you score you're stuffing the takedown or eventually my success of the takedown? Which one do you give more weight to?
So Big John will say that it's a wash.
Mm-hmm.
You tried your thing.
Mm-hmm.
The reward of your thing would have been, and actually, Big John teaches a command scoring course to teach judges how to score. And he doesn't give that much for the takedown. The takedown in and of itself gives you success at what you're trying to do. And from there, you've already been sort of awarded. You've been awarded position. You don't need to be awarded points.
Okay.
When you go to defend the takedown, you stop what's happening. Somebody's trying to do something to you. You stop them. You don't need to be given points for that. You've already received the success of gaining what you want. Right. So neither one really gains points. It's sort of, the entire spider web continues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got in the comments. I don't know if there's one if you wanna grab a hold of that. It was directly to you.
Yeah. A whole bunch of different perspective thoughts on different perspective things. But
right.
So we look ahead. Manhoff versus Anderson. This is an interesting one. Corey Anderson was ranked, I think, number 5 in the world. He was a UFC light heavyweight who was, a win away from fighting for their title. He got the freedom to entertain other offers and got a better offer from Bellator, or the key offer from Bellator, and took it. He said he made twice as much money to show as he made with a win. So he's very happy about that. And he's in a position to fight for, Vadim Nemkov, Ryan Bader. You've got high-level light heavyweights for a legitimate world title. And he's fighting Melvin Manhoff, who's a veteran. Melvin is the real thing.
Yeah.
One second. I'm just closing this right here. Melvin is the real thing. But Melvin's been around for a while. So it's a weird and interesting matchup. It's a matchup for an up-and-comer against a veteran. But those are always kind of fascinating. So is your round 4 starting yet?
Yeah, I'm round 4 at exactly 4:31, 4:30, 4:29. In round 4 for me.
Okay, so I'm a little bit behind you. I'm 4:40 now.
All right, I'm gonna pause exactly at 4.
Hold on, I'm 4:32. So okay, I'll tell you when I'm at 4. So 4:28.
All right.
4:22. 4:16.
Got it.
15. Okay.
There we go.
So, and it's literally Lima who's worked his way, or Mousasi who's worked his way to the back, which is scary, man. Like, look at this guy. To be capable of doing what he's doing to Douglas Lima, man.
Got some old school foot stomps going on.
I think Lima won round 2, but if you're Lima, you have to win these last 2 rounds, I think.
I would agree with you. I don't think that's a far stretch. Even with giving you've got to beat
can't
the
hear
champ.
you. I lost you.
I will.
I'll leave and come back.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. We had a little technical snafu really quick. Robin's going to rejoin. We were just mentioning that I would agree that I think that Lima needs to get. There we go. Back.
Nope. I got nothing.
All right. I'm wondering if it's his actual earbuds. I can hear you, but I can hear you from a microphone far away.
I hear you now.
No, so we've got the audio distortion.
Yeah, I got my echo coming.
So let's see. We gotta get this fixed. For those of you maybe with some alternates, viewing. Nope.
I can hear you.
Still still sound distorted.
1, 2. You hear me?
Big delay.
1, 2. Delay. For like 2. You.
All right. So we're gonna technical challenges one way or another. So let's see here. If I'm at 212, we're actually synced at the right time. So there you go. Robin is distorted. So what I've done is I've actually muted your microphone so that we don't get that feedback, and I will unmute it once we get back on course again. So currently right now in the fight, we got 1:45 left. Both of these champions are still absolutely just giving it their all. Let's give that sound check. Back to Robin. So still hear an echo. Let's see. I got no audio from you. Let me see. You have to unmute yourself. You muted yourself. Oh, it says that your mic isn't connected. That would make sense. Okay. Robin's going to try to work out his still no mic connected. All right, he's going to rejoin. So we've got a minute left in round 4. Maybe too many browsers over. Darth Vader, you are absolutely my favorite new user of the night. You've definitely made me chuckle here. I don't think he has it too many open, but he might even do a complete reset. So
I gotcha.
There he is, back in black.
Man, technology.
Yeah.
So we're almost, speaking of technology, we're almost down round 4, and Mousasi is that like more advanced technology so far.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, speaking of just like the Terminator, he's constantly coming forward, with the exception right there. Just backed up the first time that I've seen. He's constantly in your face with something, whether it's leg kicks, whether it's throwing that hook, whether he's threatening a takedown. He's just constantly moving forward. Yeah,
it's just like he's just better right now, you know? Like Gegard is, if you look back and you really, really look at like his career, he's just so good. And it's, you know, it's tricky because it's so easy to say, but like he could have been even better, right? Like 48 wins into it, wins over some of the best in the world. He was on a 5-fight winning streak when he left the UFC to get more money in Bellator. Like, you know, he's been a kickboxing champion and a champion in everything. And he could have been even better because he's just built for this, with the exception of his motivation is pretty good. You know, right. He kind of has this voice, Gegard Mousasi, kind of talks like this. And if you ask him, you're like, Gegard, you know, some fights you're on, some fights you're not. You know, I don't know. I don't know why some fights I'm on, some fights I'm not. Like, it's just how he is, that laid back attitude. Right. So some people would say if he was more intense, he'd be even better. But there's an argument that the laid back nature is part of what makes him great. Correct, which I would agree with. Right? Yeah, you know, like it's hard to really ever say the same but more intense, because to be more intense is to be less laid back, and the laid back nature is part of what does it. Right. Exactly. You know. So here's your. So I'll go traditional MMA commentator. I've got Lima down a couple of. He's got to get desperate, or he's got to go for broke in this round. So translate that to what actually should happen instead of using the common vernacular. Yeah, no, good point. It's like, so immediately you're right. If you and I were on a desk wearing expensive clothes and we had lighting and a producer in our ear, we would say, you know, he needs to have a sense of desperation, you know, a sense of urgency. But he knows what he needs, right? And the narrative isn't true, because if you go too crazy, so this idea that, or like somebody will also say, go for broke. If I go for broke and I'm, oh man, I don't know what's going on. I guess it's my Wi-Fi.
It could very well be your Wi-Fi.
Because I was literally just in it and it's gone. But anyways, I'll close it and reopen that too. So if I go for broke, and the key element is that I don't want you to take me down, but I go for broke and then get offensive with you, it'll be easier for you to take me down. So it's a balance thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's also a tricky element. If I try super hard to knock you out, like 5 minutes is a long time.
Right.
So we feel like, oh my God, we only have 5 more minutes. Well, on a normal night, that's 33% of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, the fact that it's less doesn't diminish anymore the fact that 5 minutes is a long time to knock you out. I don't need to do it with one punch. I don't need to do it with one kick. Mm-hmm. I can take you apart for 3.5 minutes and finish you. So that's the idea of the sense of desperation or the urgency isn't true necessarily for them.
Right. And one of the things to compare this to a different sport, let's say, for example, you're watching a football game and, you need a touchdown to win. And everybody's talking about, oh, there's going to be, you're going to be pressing, you're going to be going for broke. Well, that's also part of the other team kind of retreating back and letting you have the little stuff, but not giving up anything big. The same thing could be happening in this fight. As Lima would press forward, Hager could say, hey, I'm just going to just sit back a little bit more and play a little bit more defense.
For
or
sure.
He decides when to interrupt with the takedown as he becomes too overly aggressive. And there's that balance point.
So I see some questions like, hey, what's happening? Tell me. And I get that, right? So now your ask, and I appreciate you, is can you do it like radio? I can't see it, what's happening. Mm-hmm. And what's actually happening right now is when Lima threw the leg kick, Hager shot in and took him to the ground. And when Lima hit the ground, Lima literally shook his head. Like, no. Mm-hmm. But you're there.
Yeah.
That you can't shake your head like, oh, damn. You have to continue to work. Mm-hmm. And he is, but now we're at 1:12, at least on mine. Where are you at?
I'm 144. So
okay.
Once you came back,
so I'm ahead now. So now Lima's on his back and Hager's on top of him. And watch when Lima gets taken out. So Lima will throw a leg kick and Hager will shoot deep penetration to take him down. Watch when he gets taken down. Watch him shake his head.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me when that.
Just a little head shake.
No, absolutely can't do that. When we lose the position we want, we just have to still realize I'm on my back, but I know how to win this position. Doesn't matter how I got here. Mm-hmm. I got here in a way that is very disappointing to me, but right now that's irrelevant.
Right.
I know how to get up from this position and start getting to that.
But times in training and everything.
Yeah, exactly. You've lived your whole life knowing how to get out of this position. Doesn't matter the time, doesn't matter the way you got there. Go back to that. Mm-hmm. Win the position, like succeed in the assignment, which is get up. Don't be so disappointed in the last assignment, which was stay up,
right?
That it affects you now. But Hager won that fight, I think. 4 rounds to 1 and beautifully so. Like, it's not a knock against Douglas Lima. Hager's a genius. Like, he's a lifelong genius of combat.
If you're going to be in this to fight the best, you're going to fight one of the best. Eventually your paths will cross.
That's right.
There's no shame in losing someone who is that caliber.
Yep. Yeah, no. Darth Vapor, you've been like laying out some good observations.
He's my favorite new user of the night.
Props. But you're right. And he puts the fun in fundamentals.
Indeed.
You know what I mean? It's like, and that sounds like just a goofy thing to say. But how do you get good at fundamentals? You enjoy doing them.
Yes.
Over and over and over and over and over and over. Man. George St. Pierre, you've never seen somebody take so much joy in practicing a single to a double to the high to the under, like all his variations over and over and over and over. He loves doing it. Mm-hmm. You got to put the fun in fundamentals or you won't do it. Like you'll do it because you love it. And Hager must love it. Hager's amazing. I love Hager Mousasi. I love everything about him as a martial artist, as a character, as everything. But I'll tell you this. Hager's a fucking liar. Gegard will say, I'm not afraid. He is afraid. Gegard will say, I'm not motivated. He is motivated. Gegard will say, I do not care. He does care. It's a game, right? And it's not because he's cool. Yeah, it's not exactly. It's not because he's a bad dude. He's a great dude. It's just his game, right? Gegard is a top level, best of the best of the best. And misdirection is powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not get you to look over here and then hit you with this, you know? Hey, look right, look right, look right. Now hit you with the left.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm not, I don't really try that hard. I don't know who shows up. Yeah, tonight you saw what he's about, So this one kept popping up before your first fight. And my answer to that, if you could give yourself advice before your first fight, what would you say? Of course, what everybody would say was, calm down. It's not as intense as you think it is. Almost everybody, right? But you wouldn't believe it. People did say that to me. Any advice I'd give myself before my first fight, I had coaches who had fought since they were 8, who are now 60, gave me the advice. You're not going to listen. So, it doesn't matter. You have to experience it. You do. And that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful truth about life,
What would you say? Advice, but it's up to you to take it.
Yeah, and I won't. You can only take what you can take. Somebody's like, what would you tell yourself when you were younger about what it was going to feel like when your mother passed away? My mother's still alive, and my mother turns 80 on Tuesday. It doesn't matter what they would have said. I wouldn't understand it because I won't understand the feeling of the pain that will be. I won't understand the joy of the success. I won't understand the fear of the fight. This is living. Like this is what it is to be alive, right? Like you're not going to know. 10 fights later, the advice you would have given yourself, you wouldn't have heard it.
Right. And you're exactly right. And I think what I would have said to myself is that calm down would have definitely been one of them. Calm down and trust yourself.
But your dad told you that, and your coaches told you that, and all your older fighter friends told you that, and you didn't listen anyways.
No, and it's funny because
you couldn't.
That journey, all of a sudden, the you that you are, the future you, now says, okay, now we have the experience. Now we can say, calm down, look for strategies, whatever it is. But now you can accept advice, and more even better, you can apply it. Yeah.
It's true. But this is all the path. It's all just such a pleasure, like it's all, there's the failure hurts and losing hurts and all of these things but they're all part of it. Like they're all part of the path, and if they weren't, we wouldn't all walk the path. You have to learn. Yeah, exactly. I'm very interested. Now we're older. You're a father, and I'm 50 now, which is where you get if you keep learning long enough to live long enough. But I'm actually really grateful for all these people who are looking like, what's the quick answer to this, or what's the secret to that, or what's the tip for this? And this is, I didn't want to hear it when I was 20 either, but the answer to almost all of those is slowly, methodically, and patiently learn stuff.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And I agree with you. And let me see, and I'm gonna try not to butcher this, but I remember being in it was junior Taekwondo of Glendale, Maryland. Yeah. And I remember there was this small little sign right before you went to the locker, and it said, the only way to avoid mistakes is to gain experience. The only way to gain experience is to make mistakes.
Yeah, so good.
You would see that right before you go in the locker room. And I remember as I'm out there as a no belt, as a white belt, as a yellow belt, and I'm like, and as I'm older, I can appreciate that more than I could then when it was 19, 20-year-old me reading that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like, I've read The Art of War, the Book of 5 Rings, and a number of these things twice a year for 15 years. And they're different every time because everything I learned now helps me interpret it differently. Every time you walked into that place and you saw all that stuff, it meant something different to you, And it just,
I'm walking a different path. Like you said, maybe at that time I was walking the path as not a father, as a young father, as a new father, as an older father. And, you know, it's just funny that you mentioned that about the Art of War. I remember going to a guy's office one day and he had the Art of War on his shelf of books. You know, there's technical manual, Art of War. And I said, I'm curious about that one book that you have right there, The Art of War. He says, "Oh, that's so no one will screw with me. They know I'm about business here."
Yeah, that's cool. It's cool, and it may just be the thing he says. It may be also like an important text. This came up earlier, so.
Oh yeah,
I think will be the next breeding grounds. So the truth is, ideally, all of them, right?
Yes.
And when you go to Mexico and you have Mexican food, it is different than the Mexican food you have in Toronto.
Yes.
When I have Chinese food in Toronto, it isn't the food of China. It is the food of China that of Chinese people that came to Toronto in 1961 and then started their own tree.
Right.
They are no longer influenced just by this place. They're now influenced by the Jamaican food and by all of these things. So as the world expands, Chinese food on Spadina in Toronto is its own branch of the Chinese food tree that started in 1961 when this family brought this particular region of China's food to this area, and it becomes its own thing. That's martial arts everywhere in the world.
Correct.
Africa's a big one. And I say that because I got to commentate in Africa. And I saw there's a form, and this may come up in conversation in martial arts circles a year in the future, 2 years in the future. It may never, because there's so many things going on. China has its own aspects. India has some unbelievable wrestling. But in this area of Africa, there was a martial art called lutte avec frappe. Lutte, so it's a French-influenced area, Senegal. Lutte, L-U-T-E, avec frappe. If you look it up on YouTube, and we can maybe even throw it up in.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it right now.
Actually, let's do this. We've got 150 people hanging out here. Let's pull up R-E-U-G space R-E-U-G space R-E-U-G. And then put in lutte, L-U-T-E.
All right. So
this is a brilliant athlete who's and a cool guy. It was amazing to commentate his MMA debut. But he competes in something called lutte avec frappe, which is lutte means fighting, but it loosely means wrestling. Oh, and frappe means with hitting, right? And so if we take a look, if you can throw it in there, you take a look at Rug. And you may find there his MMA debut, or you may find some of his lutte avec frappe fights.
Let's put this up real quick. Oops, I actually have to share the screen first. There we go. And here we go.
Okay, check this out. So this is a wonderful form of fighting. And it's the fact that it's happening in sand completely changes the combat, changes the body, changes. So this is basically an African-based martial arts combat league that's taking place in stadiums where these athletes combine grappling and striking. And you have these incredible athletes that grew up doing wrestling. And we could show UFC fight and people would be like, oh, look, it's just a bunch of low kicks. So it depends. Somebody says Africa wrestling. And yes, it's called lutte avec frappe. But when I'm just looking at some of the notes here. So you see the way that Rug sprung in. Rug is his nickname, and he's this incredible athlete. So I commentated his MMA debut, and when I saw what this style of wrestling combined with, and then you've got these elements which are from pro wrestling, right? So now I'm like adding the sand. When you see this athleticism and this style of grappling applied to MMA, and he fought a French guy. He fought a French MMA fighter who had like 15 fights. Okay, actually, let's see if we can find it. So this is part of the performance of it, but let's see if we can find Rug.
All right, let me.
And and Ares, Ares. So
right.
Ares is where I commentated him. And you saw him in a mixed martial arts environment, taking the traditional combat sport that he grew up with and applying it to this. It was fucking incredible. It was absolutely incredible.
All right. I think I found it. The Ares Fighting Championship.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
So let's see if we have it. So yeah, you may have to fast forward a bit. And it might be an ad too. Oh no, I think this is it. So Rug. So is that? Yeah. Okay, watch. Okay, watch when he throws a leg kick. So first of all, okay, right?
That's like a slam. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. But imagine growing up and developing this skill in high level competition, but in sand.
Right. He picked him up like he was nothing.
Exactly.
Like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah. So I commentated this live in Africa, and again, this isn't some this dude, this young man is in his pro MMA debut, and he's fighting a guy who's been fighting MMA for a year. So watch he's not super familiar with the Kimura, so watch what he does. And that's legal. He's not striking the spine. You can strike. Watch. So watch. Oh shit! Right? And again, it's not some amateur. This is.
I mean, you wouldn't even think of traditional MMA is like, hey, you got to defend that Kimura. How about I just scoop him up and slam him down?
Yeah, exactly. Because
oh my gosh!
When he walked out, he was crying because he had grown up, and we went, and it was an incredible experience, man. It was an incredible experience, but because he had been dreaming of competing in a different environment, you know, in a sort of a world environment instead of just, and not that it's local, because he's in stadiums, he's fighting in stadiums, but like, look at this guy, right? And you see the movement and the choice and the positioning of his hips. But I think we missed the beginning. You'll see the finish, and maybe not, but there's a leg kick that you just have to see. Like, it's just, and maybe it's still coming. Man. But see, again, passing the guard, like this is an MMA debut, but it's not, because lutte avec frappe is one of,
Ooh,
this is brutal, right?
Absolutely hammered. Oh, I know what's coming now.
Right? This is what I'm talking about. He's fighting a legitimate heavyweight, world-class mixed martial artist who's been fighting MMA for 10 years.
And he's just stuck on him like flypaper, man.
And 3 minutes in, he's not tired, because this is how hard this man has worked, right?
How discouraging it is if you think about the energy you've expended and the guy's just barely breathing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly right.
But so we'll see if we miss the leg kick, and not that it matters. You've already seen some very incredible physical and technical things that this young man has done, but the leg kick is just one of those things where it's like Douglas Lima leg kicking Rory, but in his first MMA fight.
The thing is, what amazes me is about how it's almost like a man playing with a child, and how easy he's just slamming him around, just tossing. And I'm like, well, this guy's big.
Yeah.
This is not like, you know, you're not playing around with like your little cousin or something.
Right.
He's just tossing him around like pizza.
Yep. And it isn't like, a world's strongest man lifting an Atlas stone. It's a guy using technique to. Right.
That's
Look at it as he hips in here. This is technical, right?
Don't let the strength blind you. You see the technique.
That's right.
Beneath the
That's
strength.
right. And this man grew up in a schoolhouse shared by all the other students with a sand floor, and training wrestling in a sand floor. But because he's got the drive and the commitment and the mental strength, and like the passion that he had when he came out, he was crying because he was finally achieving his dream. And this was, man, like, it was right between like it was one of the most incredible experiences. It was right between the Museum of Dakar, Senegal, and this other sort of like public kind of famous place, and this is outdoors.
Right.
This is outdoors, and I'm commentating it, sitting there next to the cage, commentating it. So here's watch, hook, step, lift, hips.
Transfer.
Look at, like, yeah, that's no bullshit, right? And it's not. Wow,
this is my favorite. This is my favorite right here. I can hear it. I hear Rogan. He's got him a Kimura. Oh no, he doesn't.
Yeah, no, he doesn't, because his choice of where to put his hips were correct. So it wasn't just like he's powered out of it, which a lot of people would say when they saw this, but they wouldn't understand that he was actually. Somebody's like, where can you get a free live stream of Bellator 250? That's over. It was wonderful. Mousasi won. We're taking a look at somebody was asking about where some of the future of MMA is.
Where the future talent
and we're saying everywhere. And I'm using this as an example, but watch. So they're going, hey man, like, you might have hit him in the back of the head. And he's like, I don't think I did, but whatever. If I did, I'm really sorry and I won't do it again. But so this is, look how good that looks. That's where I was on that night.
What country was this one again? You were
Senegal.
You went Senegal. Okay.
Dakar, Senegal. So watch this. Wait for it.
Oh boy.
Okay. And even retreating, right? How smart is that? That's not, it's not like he's gonna run in and grab him.
Oh.
That like we didn't see one of those from Douglas Lima tonight, but we did see it from Rug.
And what are you thinking when you're the other fighter? Because there's a guy, your opponent's like, oh, he's never fought MMA before. And then all of a sudden you come in and you're getting absolutely everything handed to you. Yeah. Lunch money taken. Absolutely, all the pretty girls are laughing in school now. It's just man.
I know. And this was what he came to do, right? Like, and he could feel it after round one. Like, Jesus, and I've had some of these experiences in all these different territories.
Right.
That's the thing. Like, I can find you something like this from Colombia. I can find you something like this from Paris. Like, there are high level martial artists everywhere, and they're being influenced by each other.
Right. And just because they haven't had the spotlight yet, like other places, doesn't mean you don't have this talent out there.
For sure.
A lot of people, man.
For sure. Ooh. Man, when I was in China, you go to China and you see just how many brilliant athletes are working with brilliant coaches with the highest level of science. When you go to Russia, you see it. I was in Southeast Asia. Like, we could pick any territory and we could find the star like this young guy. Rug is a star, and there's one great star, man or woman, in every territory in the world. And unfortunately, when we're exposed only to the mainstream of the mainstream, we don't know about this, and then we'll act shocked when we see it. Like, even Chimaev, who everybody's all excited about. Look at that, right? That's Douglas Lima, only his fight number one for this guy. Now, of course, at this point, his outpouring of emotion to finish this fight. If he was fighting in his 6th fight or 7th fight and acting that way, we'd use that against him. But on his first night, where he's overwhelming a guy, slamming him, throwing him, firing him off a submission, kicking his leg out, this is the right finish. But these are everywhere. What we see, it's strange, but people will see. Remember that jumping, spinning kick where the guy caught the kick and he?
Oh yes.
Yeah. I mean, man, we grew up in Taekwondo. Like, every Olympic Taekwondo session or world championships, you see that. But then when we see that on television, people are like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like it. I don't understand it. What happened? And we pretend like that's rare.
Right.
All over the world, there are geniuses of combat, just like there are jazz and rap and painting and home building and construction and lawn care and law, planet Earth. There are geniuses everywhere.
Yeah. And I agree. The first thing I got was a couple of friends of mine said, hey, did you see that? I said, yes, I did. While I've not seen that in the UFC, I've seen that plenty of other places, everywhere else. If you had hit him with his heel,
on the hook,
it's completely lights out. I mean, an impressive impressive knockout, not taking anything away from it.
No, that's right.
And also this, and I can't, his name escapes me right now, but I was reading an article. He went back to work in Walgreens because he's not a full-time work. I hope he gets ID'd so much that Walgreens is going to be like, hey man,
I know.
People are just coming in to see you.
Yeah, it's a weird time right now, but that's also like a function of that company too. It's like, it's about the brand, not the individual.
Right.
In Bellator, it's Ray Daniels. Look at his crazy 720. And some other companies, it's like, look at our biggest, craziest knockout in our company's history. Like, it's not the company, it's the individual, and we have to celebrate that. But man, what a fun night! Like, we got like 130, 40 odd people still hanging out with us while we're here. Anybody want to like ask question, thought, send anything, whatever, because we're gonna probably jump off. I'm literally going to Austin, Texas tomorrow.
Literally, you're going to be less than 12 hours. You're going to be on a plane. And let's give a plug to you're coming to Austin, but more importantly, you're also going to cover this great event. Let's definitely plug that.
So in Wyoming, Cheyenne, Wyoming, I am commentating Dave LeDuc versus Cyrus Washington. If you don't know Dave LeDuc or Cyrus Washington, check it out. The two high-level, really fascinating, different martial artists. I'm going to commentate their fight. It'll be on pay-per-view. I'll have it all over my my social media platforms, so I hope people check it out. And yes, it is, the fight is over, but Fight Secrets, Mousasi versus Lima is up on Bellator YouTube.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Another great series. Look at the details behind the details. All the if you love Robin's work, this is definitely a peak. He's having so much fun doing this that you could tell that he loves his work. He's taking his time and looking at every single nitty-gritty grain in the fight world.
Yeah, it's super fun. It's a pleasure. Mal, thanks, man. Like, we're gonna hopefully let's get together this week and shoot something or do something. I'm in Austin. We got 135 people. I'm going down to hang out with some friends and do a bunch of business, but Joe Rogan asked maybe I would pop on his podcast. So that might happen in the next couple of days. If so, we're going to chat about...
got some junior detectives in here. Once you said detective, people are like, there's a guy named Rogan there.
I'm there for a lot of reasons, but Joe is a very good friend. And he was like, hey, man, when you're in town, let's do a podcast. So that could very well happen Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But we'll see. You never really know. People are busy. Joe's the busiest man on planet Earth. So
stay tuned.
Who knows?
Hopefully it happens.
But let's sign out. Mal, I'll call you in like 5 minutes. But everybody else, like, thank you.
Yes,
really appreciate you guys. And if you really enjoyed this, please feel free to share it or tag people or tell people next time. And next time, pop in and let's chat more.
Hey, shout out as we exit. Thank you, Darth Vapor. You got to give him the tip of the night. You sir, have definitely earned it. Pleasure as well.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon, Robin. I'll speak to you very shortly, but if not, safe trip, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
All right. And I'm signing out, Mal, but I'll hit you on WhatsApp in like 10 minutes.
Will do. Later, guys.
All right. Bye.